Check 1, 2, 3, 4. 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 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, excited to be in Louisville today and work through the Pures. I was honored to be on the other side last year, and certainly glad to be here with Chad today and work through these set of gilts with him. And I think a nice set of Berkshire gilts that we've got here in Class 1. And I guess the thing that I would say to preface this class before I start talking to them is I'm always going to side with Skeldon, and I think that's really what we've got in the gilts that come out here in 1 and 2. I think 1 is unmatched out here in terms of her Skeldon, her looseness of her shoulder, her set to her knee, the length of her hip, and the way that she sets her hock and her rear foot to the surface. Now, I'll tell you, and I think it's fairly obvious to see from ringside, she probably runs out of gas down low in terms of her bone and foot size, and that's the place I'd like to change her. But I like this gilt fundamentally. I like the way that her Skeldon lays in her, and her body shape and her rib shape, I think, are probably as good and just as genuine as anything we've got in here. A really nice place to start in this class. Young lady over there in the blues got our second place gilt, and I think just in terms of a good kind of a Berkshire gilt, this one's got some of those pieces. And once again, not to be redundant, but I think just a breeding gilt type, and I think she handles her Skeldon better than the gilts that we've got out here in 3 and 4. Her length of hip is better, the shape to her body is better, and the turn to her upper rib is better than we've got in 1 and 2. Still, I think you could get a little critical on her when you talk about the set and the shape and the bend to her Skeldon up front and change her in that regard, but a nice kind of a gilt to go there in 2. The gilts in 3 and 4, I think, have got some similarities out here. When you talk about just big breeding pieces, both these gilts are incredibly heavy structured. Both these gilts, this one specifically that comes out here in 3, has got a big arm and a big shoulder blade, a big rear leg, and perhaps has many extremities from that standpoint as anything that we've got in here. For me, I've got to set every angle back in her body. When we sit out here and study her, she wants to get a little upright in her shoulder and in her knee. As we watch her continue to go, the length of her hip has got to be better, and I think because of that, you can see her getting a little more rigid there at the ground and the way that she sets her hock and her rear foot there to the surface. Same can be said about the gilt that comes here in 4, and honestly, kudos to this young lady because this gilt is presented very, very well from a skin and hair standpoint. One thing I'll say about this gilt is I love her head. She's got a breeding hog kind of a head, really stout right there, opened up in her chest. This gilt gets too tight in her spine for me, gets too flat and shallow there in her body. And when she gets up in her loins, she gets off in her hip. And from behind, this gilt wants to get her hock on the outside of her body more than she wants to keep it parallel with her, with the rest of her symmetry. But you change those things about her, I think this gilt certainly got some value because the front third of this one, I think, has got some interesting pieces. Nice gilt there to come out in that spot. The gilt that comes out here in 5 is obviously one of the smaller gilts in this class, and I read her immature in lots of places, specifically there at the ground. Her feet aren't quite big enough, her arms not quite big enough, but with that said, I think this one also still gets a little straighter in the way that she handles both ends of her Skeldon. She too needs to be laid back in her shoulder. We need to bend her differently at the ground, just allow her to flex better on both ends of her body. Gilt that comes out next, probably on the other end of the spectrum, stout-headed, muscular kind of a gilt. This gilt's got some heaviness of structure for sure. Just gets too tentative on both ends, out of her hock, out of her shoulder. Wants to dip there in her loin, and maybe not as attractive up front through her neck and her head carriage as some of those ahead of her. I think we've got some gilts on down the line here that we could just change, just similarly to some of the ones that we've got ahead of her. Gilt here needs to be heavier structured. The gilt here wants to get up in her spine and to tighten her Skeldon. Bigger, longer body gilt right there that maybe just a little more ordinary in her look up front, a little deeper in her throat and longer bodied. I don't think that helps her balance and her transition quite as well. And then the gilt that we've got rounding out the class, we just need to change in her spine placement, make her more comfortable in her Skeldon as well. Nice class of Berkshires here in Class 1.
Results out of Class 1. Berkshire Breeding Guilds. First goes to Carly Morris, Indiana. Second, Emmy Pell, Indiana. Third, Adelie Gruden, Michigan. Fourth, Taylor Smith, Michigan. And fifth, Jaden Swackhammer, Ohio. We are now showing Class 2 Berkshire Gilts.
Well, I guess I'll a little bit of what Chad just said. Honestly, like we've got kind of a mixed bag in this class, and you get into our top three, and I think there's some discussion points out here. And I'll tell you, structurally, I'd probably like to revise all three of these in a place or two. At the same time, I think as I just step back and continue to study, the girl in the pink nearest me has got the one that probably just as I'm the most comfortable with out here. I love her head, I love her blade, I love her width of chest. Easily of our top three, this is the heaviest structured of all three of them. Yes, her hip needs to be longer. We need to flex her hind leg just a little better. But if we dissect 2 and 3 out here, I think we come in and have the same problem with all three of them. I'm the most comfortable with her head, with her stoutness of blade, with her stoutness of arm, and still durability of rear leg. Could drop her flank, extend her hip, and just make her a little more comfortable there. But I still think a solid place to start. Without question, if you want just the gilt with the biggest body, the biggest turn to her rib, I think this is the one that comes in second without question. Compositionally, I run into a few problems with her. She gets a little more there on the top of her neck. You get out of her shoulder blade and into her top line. I think she gets just a little more bland right there. And then down low of our top three, she's easily the frailest in terms of her feature, in terms of the shape to her head, the size of her arm, the size of her feet. And as I said before, structurally, I still think we've got problems with all top three. She gets a little more rigid on her rear pastern, doesn't take as long of a step out of her hip and hind leg, and we could certainly change those things about her. The Gilt in 3, I like some things about this one, and I think she's got some resemblance of our class winner in terms of her head and the stoutness to her arm and how opened up she is down low. Now, once again, maybe doesn't look as much like a lady up front as we've got in the ones that are 2 and 3. She's got a little more right there in the base of her throat, a little more in the crest of her neck. I thought from her shoulder back, she didn't balance quite as well. Again, she gets up in her loin, wants to get a little higher in her flank, and structure was a problem to me when we studied her from behind. Of our top three, she was the most concerning to me in the way that she set everything down from behind. She's more rigid in her hock and her foot placement. She, too, wants to get a little shorter about her hip. Now, not saying this one doesn't have generating potential, because I certainly think that she does. We've got to change those things about her, change her up from a structural standpoint, make her a little more feminine through the front third of her body. The gilt that comes out here in 4, a bigger, longer body kind of a gilt. And obviously, I think comparatively, you can see down low, this one isn't nearly as heavy duty as some of those ones right ahead of her. We need to open her up down low at the base of her skeleton, make her feet bigger, make her blade just generally wider and open her up there. She, too, wants to get a little shorter about her hip and straighter in her hock as well. Young lady does a nice job with her gilt coming out here next. Another stout-headed kind of a gilt. We need to reassemble her up front. Lay her back in her shoulder and her knee, open her up in her chest as well. And again, I don't want to talk hip and hind leg in every class, but you're going to hear a lot of it today. But this gilt to me has got to be longer about her hip. She's got to be more useful in the way that she utilizes her hock and her rear foot in the way that she hits the surface. The gilts that come on here in 6 and 7 that come out, this gilt here just gets a little shorter up front, shorter about her hip, and she just gets a little too fragile down low as well. Then the young lady does a nice job with her gilt rounding out the class here. Once again, bigger frame, longer body gilt that just gets too dry and flat in her body, but a nice set of Berkshire gilts here in class 2.
Results out of Class 33. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Caden Ishmael from Indiana. Second, Hayden Justice, Indiana. Third, Beckham Balzer, Ohio. Fourth, Jane Jennings, North Carolina. And fifth, Guy Cooper Kroll, Arkansas. We're now showing Class 34 Crossbred Gilts. Results out of Class 2, Berkshire Gilts. First goes to Hayden Turner, Kentucky. Second, Sydney Sturm, Ohio. Third, Caitlin Berry, Indiana. Fourth, Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. And fifth, Avery Blair, Ohio. We are now showing Class 3 Berkshire Breeding Gilts.
Well, this class was fun to sort through, and with that said, there was still one that came out that I thought was overwhelming in a lot of areas. And I've talked in every class thus far about stoutness of skull, stoutness of feature, in every class. I've said I wish they were this, I wish they were that. This one just keeps bringing stuff to the table. I mean, her head's stout, her blade's stout, her shoulder blade and her knee sits back just like it's supposed to. You watch this gilt go from behind. Her hock sits down well. Her rear foot still sits down and bends like it's supposed to. You know, is she the cutest headed and all that up front? Whatever. Probably not, but that gilt's very good. 2 and 3, I thought got a little bit closer out here in the discussion point, not because they're similar, but they are very different. And I thought the talking points amongst the pair, was just balance and elevation. And I thought the gilt that came out in second probably had that advantage. When you get off to the side of her, she is taller fronted. She handles her top line more securely from her shoulder blade back into her loin. And still, when you watch her go from the side, I think she handles her hip and hind leg. The bend to her hock and the bend to her rear foot's good. Now, where she's not as good as the gilt in 3, and where she's not as obviously as good as the gilt that wins the class, is the set to her shoulder blade up front. I've got to lay her shoulder blade back in her, set her knee back in her, and then when she comes directly at you, that gilt wants to cave up in her knee and isn't as square and genuine when she comes right at you. Now, the gilt that comes out in 3, there's so many good breeding pieces about this gilt that I like. I love her head. I love the shape to her knee. I love the bend of everything up front. I just wish this gilt would just pick her head up, lay her loin down in her, and just kind of relax herself out here just a little bit. She wants to tuck her rear leg up under her just a little bit further, and I think when she does that, when she plants her rear leg up underneath herself, she does want to drop her hip. I don't read her rear feet as secure in the way that she hits the ground from behind, but I do like some pieces of this gilt for sure in terms of her head, the angle to her blade, and the way that everything sets up front. I think those 3 are very high quality that go 1, 2, and 3 in this class. The gilt that comes out in 4, another nice kind of a Berkshire gilt with a good silhouette when you see her from the side. Her head shape and the way that it ties into the top end of her skeleton is very good. I thought she ran out of feature down low comparatively. Her arm and her feet obviously aren't quite as big. Where I really got picky on her is her foot quality from behind isn't quite as secure. And when you watch her go directly away, her rear leg and her rear feet are smaller. She wants to set more weight on the outside of her hoof wall when she sets from behind. But still, that's a very high quality gilt there to go in 4. Young man does a nice job with his gilt that comes out in 5 as well. Once again, a bigger, more elevated kind of a gilt. Didn't see as much feature and stoutness to her head, nor as much stoutness to her arm either. Gets a little shorter and rounder about her hip as well, but I just thought substance and durability in this class is kind of what got her beat out there. A couple gilts come out next that I thought just compositionally were more of a disadvantage out here. This gilt's a little deeper there in her throat, a little shorter and steeper about her hip. She, too, gets more tentative in her hind leg step. And the gilt that comes out in next, I thought probably the most concerning from a structural aspect of what we had out here. A little upright in her shoulder, a little shorter about her hip. Need to stouten her up at the ground as well.
Results in ring B out of class 34. First goes to Brooke Brown, from Ohio. Second, Katie Holmes, Indiana. Third, Braylon Law, Indiana. Fourth, Genevieve Davis, Ohio. And fifth, Lily Jo Cook, Arkansas. We're now showing class 35, crossbred gilts. Results out of Class 3, Berkshire Gilts. First goes to Carson Kilmer, Indiana. Second, Garrett Schultz, Indiana. Third, Kaiser Albright, Michigan. Fourth, Carson Ogleby, Ohio. And fifth, Nolan Tarter, Indiana. We are now showing Class 4, Berkshire Gilts. This is the last and final class of Berkshire Gilts. A reminder, exhibitors around ringside, there is no division in the crosses. There is no divisions in the crosses. We will show all the classes and then pick a champion in reserve overall. No divisions in the crosses.
Well, a nice class to round out on our Berkshire side, and I think two gilts that come out and surface, and for different reasons. But the gilt, young lady in the black, is the one that I felt the most comfortable with out of here, just in terms of her comfort level, just her bend and her angles on both ends of her skeleton. This gilt that does not have as many big league pieces, if you will, as the gilt that goes in second out here. I did feel more comfortable with the angle to her shoulder, the length of her hip, the step, and the flexibility that she's got out of her hock and her rear foot out here. Like to drop her body from the side, and I think comparatively, the crest of her neck and her extension up front probably isn't as extreme as the gilt that wins the class, but yet that gilt fundamentally, I think, has got more long-term value than the gilt that comes in second. Now, if you talk about sheer shape, muscle, power, and pin width, this one maybe is unmatched as anything that we've seen in the Berkshire breed thus far. Her silhouette from the side, standing still, is awfully good. Her extension of neck, the way her neck ties into the top side of her shoulder are all very good. I've got to reassemble her from behind. I've got to bring her hock back within her. I've got to lengthen her hip. And when you look at that gilt at the ground, specifically up front, her arm's not as big, her front foot's not as big. I just didn't see as much stoutness and durability in that one as I saw in the gilt that wins the class. I really think when we get 3, 4, and 5 and some gilts on down the line, we're getting into some maturation issues out here. Gilts that are just... They're big. I mean, these gilts are past probably their cute stage. This gilt, I think, maybe the prime example. Big rib, big body gilt. It's got some dimension and turn to her rib cage. Really stout-headed and big-armed. Balance isn't necessarily her friend out here. She wants to dip right behind her neck, transition out of her neck into her top line, wants to get up in her loin, get off in her hip, and I think duck her rear leg out here a little bit. But still, I think from a breeder standpoint, you can see some value in this gilt in terms of the size of her feet, the stoutness that she has to her skeleton, and certainly some value for her to go 3 in here. Same can be said about the gilt that comes out next. To me, this one just reads like a big, nice Berkshire gilt. Again, stout-headed. As you get on top of her and watch her transition into her mid-body, she gets a little flatter in her upper rib. I didn't see just as much turn and spread out of her shoulder blade, and as she comes back. But again, gilts like that don't get you in trouble because her silhouette, her comfort out of her hip and hind leg are all very nice. Just didn't read as many extremities down low comparative to those gilts that are ahead of her in class. One of the earlier maturing gilts that we've got coming out here next, a little smaller, a little shorter up front, specifically in her neck and in the top side attachment there. Again, doesn't maybe transition in her top line quite as well. Didn't read her just as stout down low as a couple of the other ones, specifically when you talk about the size and shape of her rear feet from behind. But again, I think the young ladies have done a nice job with this gilt. Big rib, big bodied, and a muscular kind of a gilt to go there in that spot. Again, like I talked about in the gilts that are 2 and 3 in this, or 3 and 4 in this class, just a bigger, stouter kind of a gilt. Doesn't handle her hind leg quite as well as what I'd like to see out here. Just gets a little shorter in the way her hip is designed. You get in behind her, she gets more inverted in her hock and consequently wants to kick her rear leg outside of her body when she sets it down. But I still think another nice, high-quality kind of a gilt. The gilts that we've got on down the line here in 7, 8, 9, and 10, I think have got some value for sure. Shapely kind of a gilt here that just gets a little too frail at the ground. Bigger gilt that just gets a little more ordinary up front when you look at the shape and the depth to her throat. They're a little rounder about her hip as well. A couple bigger, just productive kind of a gilts that come out next that once again, I think are probably just a little past their prime in terms of a show gilt, but probably have some breeding value on down the line. Congratulations to these kids as we work into our champion Berkshire drive.
Results out of Class 4. Berkshire Gilts. First goes to Hannah Creasat, Ohio. Second goes to Lindsay Klosterman, Indiana. Third goes to Kale Head, Arkansas. Fourth goes to Danica Overshiner, Indiana. And fifth goes to Hadley Hutchinson, Indiana. We are now ready to show for champion Berkshire Gilt at the North American. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations, Carly Morris, Indiana. Second in that class was Emmy Pell, Indiana. Coming out of class number 2, congratulations, Hayden Turner, Kentucky. Second in that class was Sydney Sturm, Ohio. Coming out of class number 3, congratulations from Indiana, Carson Kilmer. Second in that class was Garrett Schultz, Indiana. And out of our just completed class number 4, congratulations, Hannah Creasap, Ohio. Second in that class was Lindsay Klosterman, Indiana. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating your class-winning Berkshire Gilts.
Well, a nice set of Berkshires out here in this drive, and I thought we had, maybe a mixed bag in every class, and I talked in every class of, maybe wanting to, change this one here, change this one there, and, we talked about, and Chad said it just a second ago, you try to make these, you try to put as much extremities on them, but the most important thing about hogs is longevity, obviously, and you want to make their skeleton right as much as you can, and I think there's one out here that presents those extremities, but still, I think amongst our Berkshire group, probably presents us just as good and loose built of a skeleton as what we've seen. A really nice Berkshire gilt to represent this breed later on. Young man in the purple's got your champion.
Congratulations to Carson Kilmer out of Class 3 from Indiana. That drops in Garrett Schultz from Indiana for reserve.
That class was really good, and I talked the differences in that class in 2 and 3, and this gilt came out, and she's got some unique things, and probably if you want to compare her back to our champion, probably even a couple more unique things in terms of her neck and her length and extension up front. I talked to her in class. I'd like to lay her shoulder back, square up at her knee, and just set her knee back in her ever so slightly. But I think you get out here and talk about her comparatively, still one that's heavy structured. Long enough hipped, and still probably uses her hock and her rear foot utilization as well as anything else does out here. I like that gilt. That was a very good class. Young man in the pink will be reserved.
Your reserve Berkshire Gilt is your second place in Class 3, Garrett Schultz, Indiana. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Results out of Class 35. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Jordan Kelly, Indiana. Second, Chase Murphy, Indiana. Third, Hannah Creasap, Ohio. Fourth, Lily Joe Cook, Arkansas. And fifth, Hadley Huseman, Kansas. We are now showing Class 36 Crossbred Gilts.
Well, first class of Chester's over here, and I think we've got a really nice pair that surfaces. And I'll tell you, the Gilt that wins the class. I mean, she's not the, I guess she's not the shiniest out here, if you will, today in terms of just being the widest. But that doesn't matter whatsoever to me because she is the best one, and that is a very good Chester Gilt. You talk about a loose skeleton one that's still immature in her look, especially for the size that she's at. This Gilt still looks like she's on her way up. Her head carriage is awesome. I love the way it ties into the top of her body. The flex and angle to her shoulder is very good. And I think where she beats the Gilt in two is just those advantages there. I think her arm is bigger, her rear leg is bigger, and it still works more appropriately from the side and from behind. Her foot placement is good from behind. That's just a very good Chester Gilt to win. That looks like she's going to continue to get better as she continues to go. The one that comes in two, I think, matches her in a few areas in terms of her silhouette from her shoulder back. Her body shape is good. She's just not as heavy structured at the ground. Her feet aren't quite as big. And then up front, the Gilt's just a little lower set there in her shoulder. The crest of her neck it becomes more of an issue, especially when you compare that pair. She's not as clean right there. She's not as clean there at the base of her throat. But I think in terms of fundamentally good Chester Gilts, those two are awfully nice. 3 and 4 come out, and there's obviously a size difference amongst the pair, but I still see some similarities in the way that we fault these two. The Gilt in 3, obviously a big, broody kind of a Gilt. To me, she gets a little more upright in her shoulder. She's not as compositionally correct as the Gilts that go 1 and 2 out here. Out of her shoulder, she gets a little more bland. But the biggest thing to me is we've got to change her up in the way that she handles her skeleton, front and rear. Need to lay her back in her shoulder, lengthen her hip, and just allow that one to get out and go with more comfort out of her hock and her rear foot. Probably in more of an extreme scenario is the Gilt that comes here in 4. Her moderation in terms of length and size probably match closer to what we've got in 1 and 2 out here. She's a shorter body, more moderate kind of a Gilt. But once again, like I talked about with the Gilt in 3, this Gilt needs to be laid back on both ends of her skeleton, specifically her shoulder. Need to lay her back there, set her differently there in her chest. If her skeleton was better, I like the rest of her, but we certainly need to relax her and allow that one to go more appropriately on both ends. The Gilt that comes out in 5 maybe has a weight advantage over the rest of them that we've got in here. To me, this one is just a bigger, longer body kind of a Gilt. And down low, I didn't read her just as fundamentally, just as stout and as secure at the ground as the two above her. She gets a little smaller there in her feet as well. Wants to close up in her chest and get just a little more basic there at the base of her throat and there at the top of the crest of her neck. But a nice kind of a Gilt there to go in that spot. Young lady does a nice Gilt there with the black sweater that comes out next. Stout-headed kind of a Gilt. She, too, wants to close up just a little bit down low. Where I got onto her more than anything was just the shape to her body. Maybe didn't want to fill up once she got to town, and I think because of that, sometimes they'll wash out in their top line, and I think she's certainly done that. Just not as correct in her transition points out of her shoulder blade and into her loin up high, but still a stout-headed, muscular kind of a Gilt there to go in that spot. Then the Gilts we've got remaining, the Gilt that comes out next, just a big, broody kind of a Chester Gilt that needs just needs more of an advantage in terms of her mobility, and then the Gilt that rounds out our class out here, one that's got some elevation to her, but at the same time, she's a bigger, longer body kind of a Gilt. Gets a little too easy there in her top line. Doesn't bounce well enough from the side. Nice class of Chester Gilts all the way through.
Results out of Class 36, Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Brian Scudder, Ohio. Second, Sterling Squires, Oklahoma. Third, Caden Smith, Indiana. Fourth, Cagney Utterback, Indiana. And fifth, Graham Clark, Indiana. We are now showing Class 37, Crossbred Gilts. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Your evaluator in Ring A is Mr. Jason Lackey from Haskell, Texas. Jason owns and operates Lackey Livestock, a 125 sow show pig operation that focuses on making show pigs for youth around the country. Him and his wife Jackie have 2 sons, Weston and Grant. Jason has judged in 31 states at all levels. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Jason Lackey from Haskell, Texas.
Well, it's an interesting class, but man, there's one out here that I think is represents this breed awfully well. And I know there's lots of guys around ringside that raise these and try to buy these and go to shows and try to win with these. And this one's pretty high caliber in my opinion. Just so good in terms of her silhouette, her build, and honestly, for as sound and functional as she is, I mean, that gilt's got extras in terms of her skit, her head, her arm, just her width, and fundamentally square build down low. I think this gilt represents a lot of good for this breed. 2 and 3, the young lady here is going to have 2. You talk about just a big, broody kind of a Chester gilt. This one has got a huge turn to her rib cage, a big just swoop there to her body. Obviously, I think, maturation is the difference out here, and I don't see as much cleanliness up front in the base of her jaw, in the top of her neck is what we've got in the one that's in one. But most importantly, she's just not as comfortable on either end out here. One to get a little sore up front in the way that she sets her front feet. Also, I don't think she's just as fluid and flexible in the way that she goes out of her hip and hind leg. But I think you'd be remiss if you just didn't appreciate the value that this one has in her from a Chester brood sow standpoint, because her rib cage, her body, and just the stoutness that she's got to her are all very nice. The Gilton 3 is the one of our top trio that I didn't see being just as genuine down low. Wants to close up there in her chest. I thought she wanted to get a little straight there up front, and because she does so, wants to swing her elbow and her shoulder on the outside of her body as she gets out and goes. Of our top 3, she was the most concerning to me when you just study there in her forerib and her midrib and just at the base of her body. I think she gets the flattest right there. I just want to make her just a little more fluid in her movement. It just gets a little more tentative on both ends when you watch her there get out and go. The gilt coming out next, just a bigger, stouter kind of a gilt. And I think this gilt's got some good to her when you talk about shape of muscle and just stout stoutness right there in her center. Gilt's got a big pin set and lots of width when you get directly behind her. She too needs to be set differently in the angle to her shoulder. We need to lay her back and make her arm bigger. Gets a little longer bodied out here compared to a couple of the others. Not saying that's a bad thing, because obviously we all have our types and kinds, but to me that throws off her balance a little bit. Doesn't just stay just as sharp and strong in her top line because of the way that she is right there specifically. But I do like some things about that Gilt. Young man does a nice job of getting her driven. The Gilt that comes out here next, once again, young lady's awesome on the stick, and we can appreciate some things about that. This Gilt, too, gets a little shallower there in her body, a little flatter there in her rib cage. Of our top end, she was probably the most concerning to me from a hip and hind leg standpoint. Got a little shorter and rounder about her hip. Doesn't just fundamentally handle her hind leg quite as well and quite as efficiently as those that are ahead of her out here. Really muscular Gilt that comes out here next that looks like she got in a fight with a feeder there in the back. But at the same time, we can appreciate her muscle up high, her muscle from behind. I've got to stouten her down low, make her heavier duty, and just loosen her up in her skeleton. And then the young man's got a Gilt that rounds out our class. A little straighter on both ends of her skeleton. She too gets a little flatter and drier there in her center. But once again, nice set of Chester Gilts.
Results out of Class 6. Chester Gilts first goes to Haley Walker, Colorado. Second, Brindley Sliger, Indiana. Third, Kaysen King, Indiana. Fourth, Tillman Peters, Indiana. And fifth, Campbell Thomas, Missouri. We are now showing Class 7. Class 7, Chester Gilts. Results out of Class 37. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Peyton Jones, Indiana. Second, Landon Elsinger, Ohio. Third, Dally Minton, Arkansas. Fourth, Luke Vernon, South Carolina. And fifth, Caitlin Metz, Ohio. We are now showing Class 38 Crossbred Gilts.
Here in our, I believe, last class of Chester Gilts. The young man's got our class winner, and I thought coming out, especially with that rear view, that's the one that struck me in terms of just being the squarest, the surest footed when she set her rear feet to the ground when she went directly away. Not going to tell you she's perfect. Still she wants to swivel her hip there just a little bit, and we could drop her flank there just to make her body a little more parallel when we see her from the side. But I thought, the fresh Gilt that still tied her top line in correctly, the one that to go ahead and win. 2 and 3 to me out here got just a little bit closer, and I thought this pair of Gilts that we had out here, were very similar in the way that we need to change both of them. Both of them just get a little more upright up front, and the way that they set everything down. I thought both of them compositionally, comparative to the Gilt that wins the class, weren't just quite as good as what we had right there. Both of them want to just get a little tighter the longer they're out here. So I thought we had some similarities out here in 2 and 3, but still a nice pair of Gilts to go second and third out here. When we get down into 4 and 5 and 6, I thought we run into some structural issues. The Gilt that comes out here in 4, a bigger, longer body kind of a Gilt. I want to give the young lady, kudos on a great job with skin and hair. Certainly she's presented very well out here. Got a little, sharper there about her head. Didn't read her feature to be quite as stout. She's a little shorter and rounder about her hip. Didn't handle her hind leg quite as well as those right above her. Young lady that comes out here next, maybe the heaviest bone Gilt that we've got in this class. To me, this one just gets too coarse and upright in her joints. We need to just drop her body, give her a little more flesh to her. Biggest thing is clean her hock up as she goes directly away. Allow that one to just flex and go with a little more athleticism. And then the young man's got a Gilt that rounds out our class out here. Certainly very muscular, very shapely up high. I need to change her from a balance perspective. Gets a little smaller there in her kind. She's a big body, big rib kind of a Gilt. Gets too easy in her top line, a little off in her loin there, but certainly another high quality class of Chester Gilts.
We're now ready to show for champion Chester Gilt. Coming out of class number 5, congratulations from Ohio, Harper Short. Second in that class was Bailey Ball, Tennessee. Coming out of class 6, Haley Walker, Colorado. Second in that class was Brindley Sliger, Indiana. And out of your just completed class number 7, congratulations, Jake Whitfield, Georgia. Second in that class was Hadley Huseman, Kansas. Results out of class 7, Chester Gilts. First goes to Jake Whitfield. Georgia. Second, Hadley Huseman. Kansas. Third, Hannah Bridges. Indiana. Fourth, Jesse Stewart, Ohio. And fifth, Haley Turner from Illinois.
Well, this set of Chester Gilts are very good, and if you're ringside and watch this set, I think you'd be just as impressed as I am out here. I think lots and lots of quality out here all the way through, from our little one all the way to our big one, and we get them back out here. And honestly, there's a pair of them that I like very well, and I think they're very similar in their build in terms of squareness down low, in terms of their fundamental value in the way that they use their shoulder, the way they use their hock, the way they use their rear foot. All those things are very good. And I hate to be, I sound like Judgy the Judger saying this out here. There's one that's further along today, but with that said, I still think, her blade is so good, her skeleton's so good, her toe quality on both ends of her body are so incredibly good. I like this Gilt a great deal. Young lady that wins the second class has got your champion.
Your champion, Chester Gilt, comes out of class number 6. Congratulations, Haley Walker, Colorado. That drops in Brindley Sliger from Indiana for reserve honors.
I talked our second place Gilt in class, and I talked some things about her. Just a big, broody kind of a Chester Gilt. It's got, as big of a rib cage and as big of a body as anything that we've perhaps seen yet today. She's a little tentative up front, probably a little tentative from behind too. And I think compared to another one out here, I don't read her as compositionally right up front in terms of the base of her throat, the top of her neck, and the way that everything comes back into her loin. There's another one out here. Young lady's having a bit of a hard time with her, but the upside of this pig, when she shows, I don't know whether it's the winter or in the spring sometime, this one's going to give them all they want. The young lady that wins Class 1 will be reserve.
Your reserve, Chester Gilt, comes out of Class 5, Harper Short, Ohio. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Your evaluator in ring B is Mr. Chad Day from Atlanta, Indiana. Chad is the owner and operator of Top Cut Genetics, a 50-head show pig crossbred and purebred boar stud operation, and also Chad Day Show Pigs, 125 sow show pig operation. His wife Morgan and him have 3 daughters, Brooklyn, Stella, and Harper. Chad has judged numerous shows at all levels in 27 states. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chad Day from Atlanta, Indiana.
Nice class of Duroc. Nice class of Duroc Gilts on this side, and young man there in the purple's got our class winner. And I think that the two that we've got up top present some similarities in terms of just growth and ability to get out here and still have a fundamentally practical kind of a skeleton when you see him from the side. This one I think has just got more in terms of the stoutness of her head, the size of her arm, and just the size and the bend to her rear leg. You get directly behind him, and I think that's the sorting difference on this pair. This gilt just sets square from her hock down to her foot from behind. Critics could say that, you could clean her up there in her throat and the top of her neck some, but still I think that's just a fundamentally good kind of a Duroc gilt there to win this class. The one that goes in 2, I thought most closely matched her from a skeletal quality standpoint. Still gets out here and bends, relatively well when you watch her go out of her hip and her hind leg. A little frailer in her feature comparatively. Her head's not quite as stout. Obviously, you get to the ground. Her feet need to be bigger. I thought she was more inverted when you watched her go directly away. Doesn't sit them down as square. And from the side, she doesn't paint as good of a silhouette when you look at her from her body shape, from her forerib there to her rear flank. Wants to tuck up there just a little, but another high-quality gilt to go there in 2. Young lady does a nice job with her gilt that comes out here in 3 of our top end. She was the most concerning to me in the way that she handled her hip and hind leg. Once again, like I talked about, the gilt that comes in 2nd gets a little drier right there in her body. Probably has just as much true muscle dimension out of the back of her shoulder and into her loin and the upper part of her hip. But I think at the ground is where she starts to get in trouble. Gets a little straighter there in her hock. Doesn't handle her skeleton just as comfortably on either end as those two right above her do, but another high quality one that looks like she's got some growth and immaturity to her to go ahead and go in the upper end here. Young man that comes here in 4 has got a stouter kind of a gilt, really stout about her head. I didn't read her just as secure at the ground. When you watch her go on either end there, gets a little straighter up front, wants to just swivel her hip when you watch her go there directly away. And then once again, compositionally, I think she's got a little there at the base of her throat and the top of her neck. Doesn't look as immature and as feminine through the front third of her body as some of those there right ahead of her. Bigger, stouter kind of a gilt, and one can make the case. This one's got as big of an arm as anything that we've got in here. Didn't see her as fresh in her appearance out here. You look at her there once again in her forerib and her flank. Wants to get just a little drier there. To me, when you watch her go directly away, that one reads a little coarser in the way that her joints are put together, especially compared to those that are ahead of her out here. A couple gilts coming out next. This one needs more structure down low, and for needing more structure, I'd sure like to clean her up there through her head and neck. Young man's gilt that comes in 7 wasn't one to act quite right for him, and obviously we've got some gilts out here that are babies yet, and maybe just not wanting to haven't hit the show ring as many times as some of the more mature ones out here. But with her body shape being an issue, we still need to change her from a structural standpoint. Young lady in the pink that's exiting the ring now, definitely, without question, has got one of the stouter muscled gilts that we've got in here. We've got to make her more elevated in her kind, a little trimmer in her look, and just more mobile in her skeleton for her to move up.
Chad has made his selection in Ring B. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Results out of Class A. Duroc Gilts. First goes to Merrick Malcolm, Indiana. Second, Ethan Hall, Kentucky. Third, Tatum Smith, Indiana. Fourth, Mila McCullough, Ohio. And fifth, Gunnar Bergman, Ohio. We're now showing Class 9 Duroc Gilts.
Well, a nice set of gilts. Nice set of gilts here on the Duroc side, and the young man in the purple has got our class winner. And I thought this pair of gilts, comparative to the gilts on down the line, were the two that were elevated, the two that handled their feet and legs the best. And I thought amongst the pair, this one, her length of step, her length of hip, to me, was more ideal. Now, I'm still not going to tell you that I call the angle to her shoulder, the way that everything lays back, just perfect in this one, because I would like to broaden her up, and I still think for one, that size, we could broaden her forerib and drop her body down in her. But I read her hind leg in terms of the bend and flex that she's got to her hock and the set to her rear foot, very good. And I still think her silhouette and her ability to be an immature big gilt, I think that one certainly got some value out here. The gilt that goes second from her hip forward paints a similar picture because that gilt is also elevated. Could make the case that she's stouter headed even yet than the gilt that wins the class. I like the size to her arm. I've got to tilt everything back in this one. She to me wants to get too upright in her shoulder, and I think we can see that the longer she's out here. Her step and just her giddy up and go out here isn't quite as good as what we've got in the class winner. More compact in terms of length of body and size without question. Didn't read her as heavy duty, and obviously we've got to set her shoulder back and lengthen her hip to make her more competitive with that gilt that wins the class. Young man does a nice job with his gilt that comes out here next. Just didn't read her balance and her silhouette from the side as appealing as those gilts that come out here in 1 and 2. And I think as we get into some of these bigger gilts, obviously we're going to see some that maybe are a little past their prime, like we talked in the Chesters there earlier. And this one isn't quite as fresh on the top side of her skeleton. Her body and the shape to her rib cage aren't quite as good. You get behind her and watch her go away. I thought of our top end, she was the most disappointing from that standpoint. One to close up down low. Her pin set wasn't as good, didn't have just as much their punch in the middle part of her hip. The gilt out here next, again, I don't think balances quite as well. A little more in the base of her throat and the top of her neck. She too needs to be more parallel in her body symmetry there at the ground. I think when you study her on the top side of her skeleton, she needs to come looser and leveler out of her hip there at the ground, not quite as heavy structured as those that precede her in class either. A really big-bodied one that comes out here next, one that was just a little disappointing there at the ground. I thought, not as heavy duty. Her feet got a little smaller out here, gets a little more tentative in her step. I think that's of our top end, one of the tighter spine ones that we have out here. The gilt's ready to roll. It certainly has got great shape up high, good muscle from behind. We've just got to have more substance at the ground for that one to compete in here. Really a big kind of a gilt that comes out here next. Certainly, if you're talking about pounds and weight per day of age, if you look on paper in here, this one probably has an advantage over everything. Once again, to me, from a show gilt, probably a little past her prime. There's just too much crest there at the top of her neck. You get on top of her, and she's just not as fresh as she transitions back into her loin. You can see some fundamental value there without question for a sow, because that's a heavy structured one that's loose and long in her build and immature in the right spots. We just got to freshen her up. A couple gilts that come out here next just don't balance quite well enough for me. We need to clean that one up, drop her body and loosen her up in her skeleton. And then the gilt that rounds out our class, another one that's just too flat and dry right there in her center. She too needs to be loosened up in the way that she hinges out of her hip and hind leg, but another nice class of Duroc gilts.
Results out of Class 39. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Hunter J., Pennsylvania. Second, Kenna Ferguson, Arkansas. Third, Haley Walker, Colorado. Fourth, Jolie Nicole Johnson, Illinois. And fifth, Lily Reese, Ohio. We are now showing Class 40 Crossbred Gilts in Ring B. Results out of Class 9. Duroc Gilts. First goes to Ian Truenbach, Ohio. Second, Jesse Hacker, North Carolina. Third, Briggs Gordon, Indiana. Fourth, Braylon Arnold, Indiana. And fifth, Hayden Justice, Indiana. We are now showing Class 10 Duroc Gilts.
one of our bigger classes that we've had on the purebred side so far, and we've got 5 remaining, and we're going to work our top 8 out here. And I just wanted to give the kids just a little encouragement out here. I think there's some pieces just like we've got in every class. I tell you, there's a young lady in the green, young lady in the black on the far side have got some gilts that are incredibly rugged. Their immaturity and their flexibility probably aren't good enough to catch a pin out here, but I certainly think have got some breeding value. Young lady in the far side in the blue has got one that just gets a little too flat and dry on her body. Young lady here closest to me in the blue, unfortunately that gilt looks like she had an injury, doesn't get around the ring quite as well. And then a couple out here that are just a little bit past their prime, not fresh enough comparatively, but I think a nice set all the way through. We'll congratulate them and work our top 8.
Results out of Class 40. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Addison Horn, Texas. Third, Mila McCullough, Ohio, 4th. Willa Leatherman, Arkansas. And 5th, Kelly Kimbler, Ohio. We're now showing Class 41 Crossbred Gilts in Ring B.
Well, it's a really good pair of gilts, and that, I'm not going to tell you that they're exactly the same. I think we've got some differences, and that's what makes this pair fun. I mean, we've got one that to me is just, in terms of substance, stoutness of head, angulation on both ends of her body, are all very good. And this one opens up so well down low there in her chest. You read the angles of her joints from the side. I love the angle that she's got to her shoulder and to her knee, and yet when you get in behind her, the gilt still sets correctly from her hock down to the ground. I mean, she's not as big and elevated as the gilt that comes in second. From a breeder standpoint, you can sit out here and decide which one you like better. To me, that's my kind in terms of head shape, stoutness of chest, stoutness of blade. And just when you get on top of her, there's just more substance there. There's more bone down low. A nice kind of a gilt to win this class. Young lady does an awesome job with the gilt that comes in second. And just in terms of a big, elevated kind of a red gilt, we can appreciate those things about her. Didn't read her in terms of stoutness down low quite as good. Her arm's not as big, her rear leg's not as big. And yet at the same time, for a gilt that's that big, I still don't read her body shape to be as correct as the one that wins this class. And when you study her top line from profile, she gets a little more deviated as she goes from her shoulder blade back into her loin, wants to dip down there just a little bit. Read her just a little more piecey from that aspect, but that's a nice pair of gilts out here to go 1 and 2. The gilt in 3, another one, just a big kind of a red gilt that's big-bodied and certainly has some things about her that you can appreciate. To me, from a structural aspect, she became the most concerning of our top end. She gets the straightest in her hock and the shortest in her hip. And when you really bear down, in my opinion, and study her feature and her skeleton down low, she's the sharpest about her head. She's the smallest about her feet. And like I said, in those comparisons, I'd just like to lengthen her hip and allow that one to step with more mobility out here. The gilt that comes out here in 4 is very interesting. And honestly, when you step in beside her, when she comes in the ring, that one's got a very interesting look about her. I love her body shape and her rib shape. A gilt that's got some neat pieces from that standpoint. I've got to change the shape of her hock when you get directly behind her. In our top end, she was the most concerning from that standpoint. She wants to put a little more pressure on the outside of her foot when she goes directly away. She's not as square and parallel when she sets her rear leg to the ground when she goes from behind. But that's a big-bodied, very neat kind of a red gilt that's got a good presence about her out here to go in 4. The gilt that comes in 5, a neat silhouette to this one as well. To me, that we just ran out of gas up high and from behind. There wasn't just as much sheer muscle, sheer shape out of her shoulder blade and back into her loin, and she too down low wanted to run out of gas in terms of feature and stoutness to her feet. But again, I think there's some Duroc gilts, her and a few prior to her in class, that are just the kind that don't get you in trouble. And for where we're at, I think we can certainly appreciate those things about her. A muscular, big rib, stout-headed kind kind of a gilt that comes out next. And I think there's some gilts on down the line that we could say some similar things about, because this one is stout-headed, and we can appreciate that, obviously. But the base of her throat, the crest of her neck, the length of her hip become a concern to me, because the longer the drive wears on, the more she wants to push her hock and the more concerning she is. From that standpoint, we just need to lengthen her hip, lengthen her up front, make her a little more feminine in her look and the way that she's presented out here. The gilt that comes out next, just a basic kind of a red gilt to me. Probably doesn't overwhelm you in terms of balance. Little wants to run downhill a little bit. And I thought of our top end of gilts in this class, from a compositional standpoint, she wants to close up a little bit up high. Doesn't spread out of her shoulder quite as well. Doesn't have just as much punch when you get right back into her loin. But the biggest thing on her, when you get off to the side of her, we just need to sharpen her up, raise her there at the point of her shoulder to make her more of an elite gilt from a balance perspective. The gilt that comes out next, once again, stout-headed, big-armed, and a gilt that does have some substance and some stoutness to her. A little rounder in the way that she's built, one that we can appreciate for her heaviness of structure, but we've sure got to lengthen her hip and allow that one to get out and go and flex a little better. I think our last two that come out in this class were very similar in what we talked about previously, a really heavy bone gilt that sits there in 9 that's just not flexible enough when you watch her on either end of her body, but certainly a stout-headed one. Wanted to give that one a pin because, I know the young lady probably was proud to bring her to Louisville because of how heavy bone and stout-headed she is. We've got to make that one more flexible off both ends of her skeleton. And then the young lady's gilt in 10 just gets a little rounder in the way that she's put together. But really a deep class and a nice set of gilts all the way through.
Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Results out of Class 10, Duroc Gilt. Hayes Platt is your class winner from Indiana. Second, Laney Green, Indiana. Third, Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. Fourth, Annalise Harris, Arkansas. And fifth, Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. We are now showing Class 11 Duroc Gilts. Class 11 Duroc Gilts. This is your last and final call to the makeup area.
I think they said 19 Duroc Gilts in this class, and there's some quality in here. I'm really excited to work our upper end. And again, I think some Gilts out here that have just got some structural deficiencies, if you will. And again, like I'd mentioned in previous classes, I think some Gilts that are maybe just a little past their prime in terms of freshness. But kids have done a great job. I think a great set of red Gilts all the way through. Let's congratulate them, and we'll work our top end.
Results out of Class 41, Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Bain Clark, Ohio. Second, Jenna Schilling, Ohio. Third, Kinsley Wolf, Oklahoma. Fourth, Caden Zolman, Indiana. And fifth, Andrew Bridges, Indiana. We're now showing Class 42 Crossbred Gilts.
You know, the first thing I thought of when I had these top 3 or 4 or 5 out here was I wish my kids were here. Not because there's one out here that's bulletproof, but I would love for them to see these top 4 or 5 and just sit out here and discuss them. Because there's an if with every one of these. And my biggest if with my class winner is if her body shape is good enough. And that's where I'm at with her. And if it's good enough, then it's not close because her immaturity, her skeleton, her genuine width down low, her flexibility of her hind leg, her pin width, and the way that she sits to the ground from behind is where she surfaces out here. And I would sit here, and I heard Chad say it earlier, I'm not going to sit here and nickel and dime them for one thing because I would like to drop her flank. I would like to turn to her rib cage to be just a little bit better. But her immaturity, her presence, her skeleton, I think are unmatched out here. And that's where I like this Gilt, and I think that's where she wins. Now, where I said I would sure like to just turn her rib cage a bit broader and drop her rear flank down in her, but a nice Gilt to go ahead and win. If I can convince myself that the Gilt in second is immature enough, that she's not too mature about her head and the crest of her neck, and I don't think she's as good out of her hip and her hind leg as our Gilt that wins the class, then she certainly can make a case. Now, when you study her at the ground, her knee is a bit more of a concern and probably will come with a bit of maturation as well. But to me, I still read her in terms of her length of hip, her set and angulation to her shoulder, a bit more fundamentally desirable than the gilt that we've got out here in 3. I would like to clean her up. I would like to freshen her head, freshen the crest of her neck, but that's a heavy bone, big bodied, good kind of a gilt there to go into. Young man, you've done a great job, and I told you to speed her up. You did exactly that. I'm proud of you for doing that. There's so many things about this gilt that I really like and really appreciate. She of our top 3, to me, is the stoutest headed, the freshest bodied, the biggest rib, and that's a really heavy bone gilt. We continue to drive these gilts, and this gilt just continue to concern me about the angulation to her shoulder. I wish it sat back a little further. To me, of our top end, that's the shortest hip gilt. That's the gilt that's the straightest about the set to her hock and the way that she plants everything from behind. And that's where she winds herself in 3rd. That's a very interesting trio of gilts out here to go 1, 2, and 3. Young man just hit an interesting class, to say the least. And I like this gilt in some areas. I thought as we got down low and we studied, just extremities and some places, maybe I don't think she maybe pushes the envelope as much as some others. But at the same time, even though she doesn't have that stoutness that a couple of them ahead of her do, you watch her go from behind, and to me, her surface and the way that she hit the ground from behind was the most concerning. In the shape to her rear foot, she wanted to get on the outside of herself as she hit the ground from behind. She too needs to be softened in her body there just a little bit. Need to lengthen her hip, but certainly a high quality gilt to go there in 4. A big gilt that comes in 5, just a big broody kind of a gilt. Study her down low, and I think we just run out of feature. Not as much stoutness to her head. Her arm and her rear feet aren't quite as big. But again, like I'd mentioned earlier, you get big functional Duroc gilts like this that handle their skeleton, that are loose in their build. I still think we've got something to gravitate towards because these are the kind that just don't get you in trouble. They'll make hogs that'll grow. They'll make hogs that'll have fundamental kind of skeletons that continue to surface and make pigs for kids that will continue to grow and feed. The gilt that comes out here next has got a stout skull about her, and one of the ones in here that's got a big rib cage about her just gets too tentative in her movement off either end of her skeleton. We certainly need to change that about her, but certainly one that we can appreciate for stoutness of bone and the stoutness of feature that she's got to her. A lot of the same story with the one that comes out here next. A big stout-headed kind of a gilt. Like some things about her, she got a little piecey in her top line to me. She didn't read just quite as fresh as she's transitioned out of her shoulder blade and into her top line there. She, too, was another concern. When I stepped in right behind her and watched the way she planted her feet to the ground, I didn't think she was just as secure in the way that she set her feet when she went directly away. Another gilt that comes out here next, so we need to change structurally. Too short in her hip, too straight from behind. Probably too upright and straight in her shoulder up front. And then the gilt that we've got coming out here in 9, another one. I think we can get redundant in talking 9 and 10 out here. Balance just doesn't balance quite as well out here. Gets a little crestier about her neck, a little shallower there in her body, and just rounder in the shape to her hip. And then the gilt that comes out here next, incredibly stout-headed, heavy bone, big arm kind of a gilt. Young lady, I'd tell you that this one, may have as much breeding value in terms of just having some extra pieces of anything out here, but I've got to make her looser structured for her to go any higher. I've got to lengthen her hip, but that is one heavy bone, stout-headed kind of an animal that if you could get her mated correctly would be a lot of fun to take on down the road. But interesting class, to say the least.
We are now ready to show for Champion Duroc Gilt. Coming out of class number 8, congratulations, Merrick Malcolm, Indiana. Second in that class was Ethan Hall, Kentucky. Out of class number 9, congratulations, Ian Truenbach, Ohio. Second in that class was Jesse Hacker, North Carolina. Out of class number 10, congratulations, Hayes Platt, Indiana. Second in that class was Laney Green from Indiana. Out of our just completed class number 11, congratulations from Indiana, Brantley Platt. Second in that class was Brecken Bloomberg from Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating these class winners as they show for the champion Duroc Gilt at the 2025 North American.
Well, I'll promise you, if I'm on your side of the fence and I'm sitting out here, I'm always saying, make a decision. Make a decision. And I know where you're at. I'm just telling you, there's back and forth in these gilts that are incredibly big trade-offs in my mind, and I've got to convince myself that one is good enough here and one is good enough here, and that's where we're at on this set. And I think it's a solid group of gilts. I mean, our lightweight or our little one out here, big bodied, big ribbed. I mean, we've got to change her up front, change the crest of her neck, change the base of her throat. The gilt over there, young man in the purple, a big longer body kind of a gilt. I'd like to relax her in her knee and her shoulder, probably probably just change her rib shape and body shape a little bit. I think of our top end out here, she's probably becoming the most concerning in the way that she sets her hip and hind leg down out here. And then we've got the pair of gilts out here in the middle. Both gilts have got some value. The young man's gilt there in the middle is one that's incredibly stout. Stout-headed, really big in her arm and opened up in her chest. This gilt from her shoulder back paints a really neat picture. And I mean, her tail is big, and she's got a big hind leg. And from the side, I think the angle to her hock and the angle to her rear foot still read right. I mean, if you want to say that from behind, she pushes the envelope on where she sits things, I could buy that. And obviously, up front, she's not the slickest necked, and she's not the cleanest out of her pole, and as it transitions back into the top side of her body. But we get into doing that, and you got pigs that don't eat, pigs that aren't any good. I'm not a big critic on that as much as some people are. The gilt that comes out of the last class, I mean, obviously that top trio was something to discuss, because they're so different in the way that they're built. This gilt, the longer she goes, obviously, she's a little more timid in the way that she sets stuff down. I want to change the shape to her body. Her presence is wild up front. She's long necked, she's big chested, compositionally good up high. Her pin set from behind is good, and even though she is getting a little tighter out here, I still think the angle to her hock and the bend to her foot behind are good. So there's some trade-offs out here. This is a personal preference to me, the one I like the best, regardless of if you want to call them a show gilt, if you want to say they're slick enough looking, this one's my favorite. Young man right there has got your champion.
Your champion Duroc Gilt comes out of Class 10. Congratulations, Hayes Platt, Indiana. That drops in Laney Green from Indiana for reserve honors.
Those last two classes were good, and the young lady in the white comes out here, and I think this gilt has got some value, maybe not as heavy structured as a couple of the other ones that we've got out here in contention. And I talked to her in class. Maybe you want to pick her loin up there in the middle of her back there just a little bit, but fundamentally I think this gilt's got a lot of good to her. Maybe the extremities down low aren't as good as some others, but in terms of fundamental squareness, body shape, rib shape, I like that gilt. She's my second favorite.
Your reserve Duroc comes out of class number 10. The second place, Laney Green, Indiana. Results out of Class 42. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Maverick Murphy, Indiana. Third, Addison Horn, Texas. Fourth, Jace Michael, Ohio. And fifth, Millie Foster, Arkansas.
First class of Hampshire Gilts, and the young man in the light blue in the middle has got our class winner. I think a very high quality Hampshire Gilt to represent this class. A big arm one that sets back very well up front in her knee and in her shoulder. Heavy bone gilt that still gets out, is loose, great in her body shape, really good in terms of the turn of her rib. Nice gilt to win this class. The gilt that comes in two, I thought in terms of just resemblance, in terms of bone and looseness, I thought this one most closely followed her. Obviously, you get off to the side of her, not as much in terms of her rib cage and in her body. Need to spread her down low just a little bit. Gets a little more tentative in her foot placement in the way that she sets everything from behind. But still, I think a high-quality one to go in, too. The gilt that comes in three, I read a little more of a structural sort there on her versus 1 and 2. This one gets more upright in her shoulder, gets a little shorter about her hip and straighter in her hock. We need to change and probably just make her a little heavier duty when we study her at the ground from behind. Just gets more tentative in the way that she sets her foot to the ground. But nice kind of a gilt there to go in three. Young lady does a nice job with this little Hampshire gilt. And I guess, to say what I said about the gilt prior, we need to lay her back on her shoulder, raise her up there at the front end of her body. And she, too, wants to get out in her elbow, wants to get out there a little bit when you watch her go directly away. But a muscular gilt that's got some substance to her. Just need to change her up from a balance perspective. Another Hampshire gilt that comes out next that she, too, wants to get a little more tentative in her movement. This gilt isn't quite as heavy duty when we study her from behind, and we need to lengthen her hip and allow that one to get out and go with a notch more flexibility, but another nice one to represent in here. A gilt that comes out next, and I think it's got some fundamental value without question, just a big rib, big body kind of a gilt that's got some substance to her in terms of her bone. Watch her go from behind, and this gilt gets a little more insecure in the way that she sets her hock and her foot to the ground. I thought her presence up front became just a bit of an issue. She's not as attractive about the front third of her body, wants to run downhill there just a little bit. If we could change the way she sets everything from behind, change the shape of her head, and change the transition point out of her shoulder blade and into her top line, I certainly think that one's got some quality pieces. Certainly a nice Hampshire gilt from that aspect. Muscular gilt that comes out here next. It just gets a little too round on both ends of her body. Then some gilts there in 8, 9, and 10. The gilt there in 8 got too straight out of her hock and got too straight up front. Some gilts on down the line that just run into some structural problems as well. But a nice class of Hamps here in our first drive.
Results out of Class 12. Hampshire Gilts. First goes to Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. Second, Wyatt Zapp, Indiana. Third, Hattie Bannon, Indiana. Fourth, Harper Short, Ohio. And fifth, Anna Lawrence, Indiana.
interesting class here, and I think a lot of value from a Hampshire Gilt standpoint in the upper end of this class. And I, the one I always gravitate to is the one that just surfaces in terms of mobility, immaturity, and one that still can maintain that sort of rib shape and body shape and just fundamental value in terms of the way that they use the rear leg. And that's a young man's Gilt out here. And I'd tell you, initially maybe blend her a little better out of her shoulder blade into her top line. Just a little bit, but I still think that one, in terms of just a Hampshire Gilt that's got that kind of substance and that sort of looseness specifically up front out of her shoulder and the bend that she's got to her knee, I think has got an incredible value out here. The young lady, honestly, the young ladies in 2 and 3 have got some that have got some big outlying pieces. Young lady in 2 has got one that's incredibly stout-headed and big-armed and opened up in her chest. And then you get off to the side of her, and I think her rear leg matches her arm in terms of that sort of size and that sort of density. I don't see the bend and I don't see the flex to her hock and her rear foot that I see in our class winner out here. She's maybe not just as extended up front, maybe not as feminine there in the base of her throat and at the top of her neck as what our class winner is, but I still think you've got to appreciate all the good things that one has to offer out here. If you're looking at this one ringside and there's some obvious things about this one that you can certainly gravitate towards. I'm not a Hampshire breeder. I never have been, and I doubt I ever will be. But I still think at times, from a breeding hog standpoint, we've got to make sure these hogs are big enough in their kind. And that's where I'm at. We feed hogs in Texas, and the majority of them obviously are not purebred Hampshires. But at the same time, one of the biggest things we run into is getting to shows and making sure pigs are big enough. And I'm not saying this Gilt is not high quality, because there's no doubt that she is. This Gilt has got a big arm, a big blade. She's opened up in her chest. You get on top of her and out of her shoulder blade, she may be as good as any. But comparatively, when we talk about breeding Gilts and hogs that can breed on and hogs that can make them just big enough in their kind and do what they need to do, to me, this one's just a little quick in her maturity to me. And then you compare her back to the Gilt that wins the class. I don't see her as clean in her rear joint. I also don't see her as long in her hip, and I don't see her extend her hock and bend her rear foot as well as that class winner did. But, if you want to talk about, obviously, this young lady's done a tremendous job with skin and hair and getting this one presented. Big-time outlying pieces. There's no question about that. To me, I need to make her bigger in her kind and cleaner in her joint for her to surface any higher in here. The Gilt that goes 4, you get on top of this one, and she may be as impressive as any. Out of the backside of her shoulder, she's incredibly muscular up high. I thought she ran out of gas down low. Her feet and her bone column aren't quite as big when you study her there at the ground. Starting to get just a little stale when she transitions back there into her loin. I read her just not to balance quite as well. When we get off to the side of her, a little lower fronted there, a little bit deeper in her neck, a little rounder in her hip. And like I said, when you study her there at the surface from behind, I just like to make her feet and her bones bigger when we study her from that aspect. But another high-quality Hampshire Gilt. Big rib one, stout-headed one that comes out next that to me, didn't handle the ring quite as well. She too could be built differently in her top line. I'd like to raise her up there at her shoulder, blend her better out of her shoulder blade and into her top line. I don't think she handled either end of her skeleton quite as well as what those ones ahead of her did in here. But another nice Hampshire Gilt to go in that spot. Just a basic good kind of a Gilt here that's big-bodied and big rib. Gets a little too frail down low for me. And once again, compositionally, I thought run into a disadvantage out here compared to some of those that are right ahead of her. A Gilt that needs more feature that comes out here next. Gets a little too frail down low, but the young man does a really nice job of getting her driven. The Gilt that comes out here next, I thought get a little more tentative in her step as well. Gets too straight up front and just a little rounder there about her hip. Certainly you can appreciate some things about her in terms of her being muscular up high and very broad from behind. And then the young man's Gilt that rounds out the class. He's done a nice job out here of getting this Gilt driven. I just need to relax her and her skeleton and make her more comfortable. We had a good time today, didn't we? Good job, buddy. All right, congratulations.
Results out of Class 43. Crossbred Gilts first goes to Adley Green, Georgia. Second, Hayes Platt, Indiana. Third, Brecken Bloomberg, Illinois. Fourth, Natalie Albright, Michigan. And fifth, Kate Hikes, Kansas. We're now showing Class 44 Crossbred Gilts in Ring B.
Well, different types and kinds that we've got out here in 1 and 2. I like the young lady over here, I guess, in front of me directly. I think a bigger, later maturing kind of a gilt that holds her top line a little more correct out here when we see her from the side. That's a more durable skeleton one as well. I think her arm is bigger. Her rear leg is more functional out here and certainly sets down with just a little more athleticism. You get in right behind her, and I think she's a little more within herself. And when she sets her rear leg down to the surface, just a big, practical, good kind of a Hampshire gilt to represent this class. No doubt, the gilt that comes in second, when you talk about just sheer shape and muscle out of her shoulder blade and back into her loin in a muscular kind of a gilt, she's got that going for her. I love her head, and I love her chest and her blade shape out here, but we've got to transition her top line a little differently, and we get to the off to the behind of her. She doesn't need any more when she leaves us, and I think that's starting to we can see that a little more the longer the drive wears on. She's starting to want to throw her hawk on the outside of her body, but a nice kind of a gilt there to go into 2 as well. Big basic kind of a Hampshire gilt to come here in 3. Big bodied, big rib. Gets a little lower set there at her front end. Her arm and her feet aren't quite as big. Wants to come in at her knee just a little bit. I thought comparatively amongst our top 3, she got the frailest down low in terms of just the size and the durability of her feet. But that's a good kind of a pig there to go in that spot as well. Front 2/3 of the gilt that come out next, I thought were awfully intriguing. Another one that I like her head. I like the shape to her blade. I like the turn to her rib cage. This one just gets too short about her hip to me. Gets a little straighter in the way that she plants her hock and goes from behind. But another one I think that certainly has some value that you can appreciate the front 2/3 of. The gilt coming out next, a bigger, longer body gilt, wanting to just get a little stale out here when you look at the top side of her body. Maybe her loin isn't quite as fresh today, but I still think the criticism lies in the fact that her hip does get just a little bit too short. She doesn't extend her hock and set her rear foot to the surface quite as well as those ones that are ahead of her out here. And I think you can see some differentiation when you get right behind her. She's not as genuine at the ground when she goes directly away from us. But a nice gilt there in her own right as well. The gilt that comes out here next, a round rib kind of a gilt. Once again, I sound like a broken record out here, but when we get to 5 through 8, my sorting differences on these are structural integrity and their ability to be able to get out and go and handle the ring. And that's where I get onto this one. I just wish her hip was longer. I wish she extended her hock better. Her foot placement going away needs to be more ideal. She needs to set them square to the ground when she goes to the surface. I thought the differences in 7 and 8 were just immaturity out here. I think 7 is longer and more extended up through the front third of her body. I thought she set her rear feet to the ground a little more ideal. Not as heavy structured as the gilt that comes in 8, but certainly a nice kind of a gilt. Young lady, you do an awesome job showing your gilt. I like her head and maybe as much shape out of her shoulder blade and up high as anything that we've got out here. I need to make her bigger in her kind. She's the one that concerns me the most when we get right in behind her and watch her go directly away. She wants to push her hock and get too much weight on the outside of her toe, but you do a great job with your pig. A nice kind of a gilt. Just need to change a couple things there. Great class. Congratulations to them.
Results out of Class 14. Hampshire Gilts first goes to Allie Ayers, Indiana. Second, Hattie Bannon, Indiana. Third, Cooper Kilfoyle, Indiana. Fourth, Kayla Bunch, Oklahoma. And fifth, Adelie Gruden, Michigan. We are now ready to show for your champion Hampshire Gilt. Coming out of Class 12, congratulations, Craig Emmenheiser, Indiana. Second in that class was Wyatt Zaff, Indiana. Out of Class 13, Brantley Platt, Indiana. Second in that class was Rylan Kilmer, Indiana. Out of our just completed Class 14, Allie Ayers, Indiana. Second in that class was Hattie Bannon. Please put your hands together for each of these individuals as they show for champion Hampshire Gilt at the North American. Chad has made his selections in Ring B. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in congratulating the exhibitors exiting the ring. Herford Gilts, we need you in the makeup area. Class 15, Herford Gilts, Class 15, Herford Gilts, makeup area, first and second call. Herford Gilts, makeup area.
Good set of gilts out here. I think 1 through 3, and I think all 3 of these bring tremendous value out here. And I'll start with our little one. This one's still obviously not big and hasn't gotten to the point where you start questioning a bunch of things yet. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of value here in terms of the spread to her chest, the shape and the muscle that she's got up high. Maybe you get off to the side of her and she gets maybe a little rounder in her shoulder, a little rounder in her hip, a little bit, but I still like a lot of things about this gilt. Young man's gilt that comes out of Class 2 is just, she's so broad underneath up front, and that gilt's got a good, big, flexible kind of an arm in her. You get behind her. Does she have the biggest rear leg and the biggest rear foot of anything? Probably not. And I talked to her in class. Maybe you transition her a little differently out of her shoulder blade there, but still, I think, that gilt is a really good, big one that's got a great big body shape and a great big rib in her. Really nice gilt to win Class 2. Young lady that wins Class 3, I think, another one that comes out, and I think, a Hampshire enthusiast would probably really appreciate lots of things about this one because she is sound. The gilt has got a good bend on both ends, still a heavy bone kind of a gilt. Comparatively, when you get right behind her, is her hock just clean enough? Is she just broad enough right there when she sits to the ground? And does her body shape just match everything else that she's got in terms of her skull? So I think there's some give and take out here, at the same time. I still think there's a gilt out here that's just a little more overwhelming in terms of her body shape, her rib shape, and just her natural width down low. Young man nearest me will be your champion.
Your champion, Hampshire Gilt, comes out of Class 13, Brantley Platt, Indiana. That drops in Rylan Kilmer from Indiana for reserve.
bringing up that second place Gilt, and I talked to her in class of one that, I would just describe as a breeding piece, if you will. Stout-headed, really opened up down low. Didn't see her using her hock quite as comfortably as what our champion did. Just wasn't as loose in the way that everything bent there from behind, but still really a high-quality one. Another one out here that I thought just, in relation to our champion, got just a little rounder in her makeup, but still I think has got incredible value in terms of her spread down low and her shape up high. Young man, small one here closest to me will be reserved.
Your reserve Hampshire Gilt comes out of Class 12, Cray Emenheiser, Indiana.
Well, in our first class of Herefords, didn't take necessarily that long. The young man nearest me's got our class winner. Really a good built, sound structure kind of a gilt that's square on both ends of her body. Just a nice kind of a gilt to go ahead and lead with out here. Young man in the blue is going to be second, and I think a big rib, big body kind of a gilt. Comparatively, I don't think you get off to the side of her and she gets a little more upright in her shoulder, a little straighter there from behind. Just need to change those couple things about her, but still a nice kind of a gilt there to go into. 3 and 4 get a little bit closer. I thought there was just more substance and stoutness in the gilt on the far side that goes in 3. She too wants to get a little more timid in her step when you get off to the side of her. We need to clean her up front in the base of her throat and the crest of her neck, but still a nice kind of a gilt. And then the young lady does a nice job here with her gilt that rounds out our class. I think maybe a better set to her shoulder than the gilt that comes out here in 3. I've just got a way that change the way that she plants and sets everything from behind. Nice set of Herfords here in Class 1.
Results out of your last class. Class 44, Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Ellie Ayers, Indiana. Second, Carson Kilmer, Indiana. Third, Joseph Barb, Ohio. Fourth, Brody Wheeler, Ohio. And fifth, Ava Valerie, Ohio. A reminder, exhibitors, no divisions in the crosses. First and second place, Crossbred Gilts. We need you in the makeup area. Last and final call.
Well, I'm going to keep him how we pin him. The young lady in the pink's got our class winner, and a nice kind of a Herford Gilt to represent this class. Sound and functional. Great set to her skeleton on both ends of her body. I think the difference amongst that pair is just design and build from the side. This one's got an awesome look up front, longer and leveler out of her hip, and certainly square and more secure when she hits the ground going away. I thought our Gilt that came in second was the next option just in terms of squareness down low, one that's got a good blade in her. I thought she just got a little more upright on both ends. Obviously, when you study that one from behind, gets a little rounder out of her hip, smaller at the ground and just not quite as heavy duty, but still a nice one to go there in two. Young man does a nice job with his Gilt that comes out here next. A bigger, longer bodied kind of a Gilt as well. Really good in her rib shape. Comes at you, wants to come in or wants to deviate there in her knee. Maybe not quite as secure there in her chest. She too, when you watch her go from behind, I think gets a little too straight in the way that she handles her hind leg. Wants to push her hock and get herself on the outside of her foot when she sets down to the ground. But still a nice kind of a Gilt that's big bodied and big ribbed to go in that spot. Maybe a design issue in the Gilt that comes out here in 4. We'd like to change her up front in the base of her throat and the crest of her neck. Compositionally, not as good as the ones that are right ahead of her. Maybe just gets a little too much there over her loin edge. She, too, gets a little rounder in her hip, just not as big there at the ground. Young lady does a nice job with her Gilt that comes out here in 5. And once again, I thought one that we just needed to change structurally on both ends of her skeleton here wasn't just as good in the way that she handled her feet and legs on either end of her skeleton. And then the young lady that comes out here in 6 has got a bigger, longer body kind of a Gilt. Just gets too easy in her top line. Compositionally not as sharp up front as some of those ahead of them. Just need to change some of those from a design and build standpoint. Nice set of Herefords in Class 2.
Results out of Class 16, Herford Gilts. First goes to Allison Leggett, Indiana. Second, Brian Scudder, Ohio. Third, Braxton Armstrong, Indiana. Fourth, Kate Heikes, Kansas. And fifth, Peyton McCormick, Ohio. We are now showing Class 17, Herford Gilts. First and second place, Herford Gilts. Be making your way to the makeup area.
Nice set of Herford Gilts out here, and I'll just be transparent with you. I wasn't expecting this one to come in, but here she is. Young man in the blues got our class winner. Really nice gilt. Stout arm, big chested, a really heavy boned, a good structured gilt. That one's pretty good. The one that comes in second, just fell in the class with the other one, is the best I can tell you. But at the same time, I think fundamentally from the side, she's got a loose shoulder and a loose hock, and I think that gets her where she goes in this class. Now, from behind, she's not what the other one is in terms of substance and stoutness there at the ground. Doesn't set her hock square enough there at the ground. I don't think her loin edge sits up high enough in her or fresh enough in her, but at the same time, that's a very nice kind of a gilt. Some give and take from 3 all the way down. And I think these young people have done a nice job with their gilts. And the gilt that comes out next, I think comparatively wants to get a little straighter in her hock and obviously wants to get a little out. When you watch her go directly away, need to change her body shape. But I just thought immaturity in her silhouette and just her size, that was a nice kind of a gilt there to go in that spot. Structural issues, I think, is what got us in trouble from 4 all the way down. Just some hogs that didn't want to handle themselves correctly enough. The gilt that comes out next just gets way too straight. When you study her from behind, I just need to loosen her up in her skeleton to make her go up any higher. Same thing with the gilt that comes out here in 5. A gilt that just gets a little too tentative up front, and the way that she sets her feet down, need to make her a notch heavier structured there at the ground. The flightier ear gilt that comes in next, we just need to change the shape to her body, and she too needs to be looser in the way that she hinges out of her hip and her hind leg. And then the gilt that rounds out our class, young lady does a nice job with this gilt. Big bodied and big rib. Once again, gets a little too frail, a little too round about her muscle shape. Good set of Herefords in this class.
We're now ready to show for champion Crossbred Gilt. Coming out of class 33, congratulations, Kaden Ishmael, Indiana. Second in that class was Hayden Justice from Indiana. Coming out of class 34, congratulations, Brooke Brown from Ohio. Second in that class was Katie Holmes, Indiana. Out of class number 35, congratulations from Indiana, Jordan Kelly. Second in that class was Maverick Murphy from Indiana. Out of class 36, congratulations, Brian Scudder from Ohio. Second in that class was Sterling Squires from Oklahoma. Out of class 37, congratulations from Indiana, Peyton Jones. Second in that class was Landon Elsinger from Ohio. Out of class 38, congratulations, Jonathan Kraft, Indiana. Second in that class was Lily Willis from Arkansas. Out of class 39, capturing the blue ribbon, Hunter J., Pennsylvania. Second in that class, Kenan Ferguson, Arkansas. Out of class number 40, congratulations, Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second in that class was Addison Horn from Texas. Your class winner in class 41, congratulations, Bain Clark, Ohio. Second in that class was Jenna Schilling from Ohio. Out of class 42, your class winner, Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second in that class was Maverick Murphy from Indiana. Out of class 43, Adley Green, Georgia. Second in that class from Indiana, Hayes Platt. Out of your just completed class 44, congratulations, Allie Ayers, Indiana. Second in that class, Carson Kilmer, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in congratulating these class winners as they show for champion in reserve, Crossbred Gilt at the 2025 North American. Your champion, Crossbred Gilt, Maya Holderly, Indiana. That drops in Addison Horn from Texas for reserve honors. Your reserve comes out of class 43, Adley Green, Georgia. We're now ready to show for champion Herford Gilt. Coming out of class 15, Max Wagner, Indiana. Second in that class was Caleb Lehman, Indiana. Out of class 16, congratulations to Allison Liggett, Indiana. Second in that class was Brian Scudder, Ohio. And out of our just completed class 17, Connor Reed, Indiana. Second in that class was JC Slager, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these exhibitors as they show for a champion Herford Gilt at the 2025 North American.
Well, a nice set of these Herford gilts out here, and I think 1 to 3. I mean, they're very high quality. The gilt that wins Class 1. I mean, from the side, this gilt she's a high quality gilt. Changed her hind leg set when she goes directly away, but I thought in that class was overwhelming just in terms of quality. The gilt that wins Class 2 is another one that's square underneath, and I thought won that class just for fundamental value. Handled her shoulder correctly, handled her hind foot and rear leg very correctly, and just a nice kind of a gilt. And then there's the big one. She's pretty overwhelming out here. Chest, blade, rear leg size, rear leg flexibility, and just all the way through. That one's pretty good. The big one will be your champion. for reserve. We bring in our second place Gilt out of that class, and I talked to her, wants to get a little down in her spine, maybe a little wrinkled in her loin, but I thought fell into that spot just because of just her fundamental pieces. But another one out here that doesn't have just the mass and the durability that our champion does, but I really liked her in class because of how sound and functional she is and how square she was going away. Young lady in the pink will be reserved.
Your champion, Herford Gilt, comes out of Class 17. Connor Reed, Indiana. Your reserve, J.C. Slagle, Ohio.
first class of Landrace, and a pretty logical decision in my opinion. Young lady nearest me has got our class winner, and just a really good kind of a gilt. Big arm, square in her chest, and an extremely heavy bone. From the side, I think everything matches and sits about right. Her forerib, her body shape, her mid-body are all very good. Maybe level her hip just a little bit, but honestly think that the slope that she's got to her hip allows her to use her hind leg as well as she does out here. That's a really nice Landrace gilt to win this class. 2 and 3 are a little closer, and not because they're the same. They are different. I just prefer the immaturity of the one that goes 2 versus the one over 3. That's the one that, to me, that's more comfortable in her skeleton. I think she reaches further off both ends of her body. I prefer the set to her rear foot a little more ideal than the one that goes in 3. Now, you could open her up in her chest and square her up front just a little, but that's a nice kind of a gilt to go in 2. There's no doubt the gilt in 3 is the most overwhelming in terms of her substance, her stoutness ahead, her shape and spread up high are all very good. That gilt to me just gets too tentative off her rear too. The longer she goes, she doesn't flex and bend her hock and her rear foot quite as well as those two ahead of her out here. We just make her a little more immature and looser in her rear leg. I think that one could go up a little higher in here. Young lady does an awesome job with the gilt that comes in 4. I love her presence up front, just her build and extension from the side. This gilt just gets a little too frail down low, and the biggest thing is from behind. She wants to push the envelope on where she sets her rear feet and sets them from behind, but still a nice kind of a gilt there to go in that spot. Stout-headed muscular gilt comes out next. Gets a little too round up front. Specifically, gets a little too round when you talk about her hip design from behind. We just need to change the way that her hock sits and surfaces there to the ground. If we could just loosen that gilt up and make her a little sounder and set back in her shoulder and knee, I think would help her. Just need to redesign her from a balance standpoint as well. A bigger kind of a longer body gilt that comes out next. Have to appreciate the substance that she's got to her body and the depth there to her center. She too wants to get a little tighter and more restricted off either end of her skeleton. Young lady does a great job here that comes out here in 7. In a gilt that I think has got some immaturity and some future in her, but at the same time, again, need to loosen her and her skeleton off both ends of her body, but a nice gilt certainly there to go in that spot. Big, rugged gilt that's big in her body that comes out here next. Compositionally at a disadvantage out here at the base of her throat and at the crest of her neck. Need to loosen her up in her skeleton as well. Then the young lady that rounds out the class just gets too flat and too dry. Biggest thing on that one is I've got to change her skeleton in the way that she handles her hip and hind leg.
Results out of Class 18. Landrace Gilts. First goes to Addison Horn, Texas. Second, Allie Ayers, Indiana. Third, Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Fourth, Josie Boyer, Indiana. And fifth, Max Wagner, Indiana. We're now showing Class 19 Landrace Gilts.
young lady in the black's going to start this class, and I think the one that just reads the stoutest at the ground in terms of her feet, her arm, her rear leg, and still I think her proportionality from the side is more ideal than the two that we've got there in 2 and 3. I think everything ties together very well out of her shoulder blade and back into her hip. I think her shoulder blade sets back further. I still think her hock and her rear foot read right. You know, she gets a little more inverted when you watch her go directly away. I'm okay with that because I still think it allows her to continue to grow up and be a good big hog as she continues to go a nice kind of a gilt to win this class. The gilt in 2, I thought just had more to her. When you got on top of her, looked at her forerib shape and her mid-body shape, compared to the gilt that wins the class, she's not quite as stout in her bone work. I didn't think she stayed as secure in her rear leg as she continued to go, wanting to start searching in the way that she puts her hock and gets it on the outside of her body there. The gilt in 3rd, obviously a little longer bodied out here, and it throws her out of balance there just a little bit. My biggest criticism on her is just her angulation on both ends of her skeleton. It just wants to start to throw her shoulder and throw her rear leg. Longer she gets out here, she too, I thought, needed a little more substance when we studied her down low, but that was a nice trio of gilts out here to go 1, 2, and 3. The gilt comes out next, a stout kind of a gilt, stout-headed and muscular. When you get behind her, her spread up high is very good. Her pin width and the width to her hip are also very good. She, too, needs to be laid back in the set to her shoulder. I thought she got straighter in the angle to her hock and the set to her rear foot out here, but certainly one that I think has got tremendous value in terms of her body shape, the size of her feet, and her substance of bone. Nice kind of a gilt in her own right there. Another one that just gets too upright on both ends of her skeleton out here. I need to change her from a structural aspect, but one that I think is big, feminine, has a good body shape and a good shape to her rib. Just need to redesign her from the side and make her looser in the way that she's built. The gilts in 6 and 7, I think, both present challenges. I don't know if both these may have gotten injured at some point. Young man, I'll tell you, the gilt in 6, skin and hair, maybe as good as any that we've seen. Just unfortunate the way that she's moving out here. Just can't handle the ring quite well enough. And then the gilt in 7, kind of the same thing. Just doesn't get around the ring quite well enough. Didn't think she had the bone down low as what the gilt in 6 did, but a nice class of Landrace.
Results out of Class 19. Landrace Gilts. First goes to Nord Taylor White, Georgia. Second, Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Third, Kason King, Indiana. Fourth, Corinne Hetfer, Minnesota. And fifth, Tyler Crowder, Indiana. We're now showing Class 20 Landrace Gilts, the last class of Landrace Gilts.
young lady that wins the class. I think the Gilt's already getting a little grouchy out here, but I think that one surfaces fairly quickly. This is the Gilt that's got some substance, some feature, some spread down low, and her angles read very good on both ends of her body. That's a nice place to start here in this class. Young lady on the far side's got another one that I think anyone could really appreciate this one, and just in terms of sow power, big body and great big rib shape, but still I think you study just the bend and everything down low, and I think everything sits okay. Her presence isn't as good, or immaturity's not quite as good as what we've got in our class winner, but still at the same time, I think a big, broody kind of a Landrace skill to go ahead and be second in here. I got a little more concerned with 3 when you talk about structure and their comfort level at the ground. To me, of our top end, that was the shortest hipped one that we had in the top end. She was the shortest about her stride out of her hip and hind leg, and she was the most rigid in her foot placement when she set them to the ground from behind. Certainly a big rib, big body kind of a Gilt. Just need to change her from her hip back. The Gilt that comes out here next, I thought, again, a little shorter hipped, a little straighter in her hog, not quite as comfortable as she hit the ground, and down low, comparatively, gets a little frailer in the size of her foot from behind, but I think that's a nice kind of a Gilt to go in that class. Young lady does a nice job with her Gilt that comes out here in 5th. Bigger, longer bodied, more immature in her look compared to some of the other ones in this class. Didn't think she had as much bone, not as much width down low, but still a high-quality Gilt to round out our 5.
Results out of Class 20. Landrace Gilts. First goes to Olivia Watson, Indiana. Second, Kenzie Ingham, Illinois. Third, Elin Howard, Indiana. Fourth, Braden Howard, Kentucky. And fifth, Daniel Small, Ohio. We are now ready to show for your champion Landrace Gilt. Coming out of Class 18, Addison Horn, Texas. Second in that class was Allie Ayers, Indiana. Class 19, Nora Taylor White, Georgia. Second in that class was Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Out of your just completed, Class 20, Olivia Watson, Indiana. Second was Kenzie Ingham, Illinois. Please put your hands together for these 3 individuals as they show for the champion Landrace Gilt at the 2025 North American.
Three really nice class winners out here to represent our Landrace division, and I thought in all 3 classes, Gilts that surfaced because of their stoutness of feature, and Gilts that still proportioned correctly from the side. But most importantly, I thought the ones in those particular classes that still handle their feet and legs correctly. But to me, there's one that just takes it to a different level in terms of just their reach and athleticism out of their hip and hind leg, their comfort and their squareness of rear foot, but still having an awesome look up front. Young lady out of our first class will have your champion.
Your champion Landrace Gilt comes out of Class 18, Addison Horn, Texas. That drops in Allie Ayers from Indiana for reserve honors.
Or bringing our second place in that class, and I talked to her as just a good design, good built kind of a Gilt, coming at you, not as square in her knee is what our champion was, and that's a place we need to change her. The Gilt that comes out of Class 2, stout and rugged, you could say that she doesn't flex her hock maybe just as appropriately as what our champion eventually did. Young lady's got our Gilt that wins Class 3 that does not want to be a show pig in Louisville, Kentucky today, and those days happen, but at the same time, I think every kid deserves a fair shake, and when that Gilt does decide to get out here, she's not as sharp looking up front. Her throat's not as clean. She's not as clean at the crest of her neck as what our champion was. But I think in terms of fundamentals, feet and legs, and squareness, that's the second best one. Our older Gilt will be reserved.
Your reserve Landrace Gilt comes out of Class 20, Olivia Watson, Indiana.
Well, these top four are interesting and very different, very, very different in the way that they're put together. The young lady in the yellow, to me, that one is just the one that's just the most bulletproof in terms of just her immaturity, her build, her squareness down low, and her reach and athleticism out of her shoulder and out of her hip and rear foot. If she is stout-headed and burly as the one that comes in second or fourth, absolutely not. But to me, that one has got some immaturity in the right spots. She's still on her way up. She's got a great set and angle to both ends of her skeleton. That's a nice kind of a gilt to win this class. The one that goes into, if you're excited about raising Polands and want something different, this one I would say is certainly different. When she comes out of the gate, of course, she's a little, deeper about her throat. She's got more crest on the top of her neck, and she's got a crinkled ear. Sometimes that throws her off there a little bit. But I think at the ground, this one is opened up in her chest. She's still very square from behind. Like to clean her joint up a little bit. Her and the Gilt and 4, the two stout ones in here, no doubt. But I think where she's better is her length and levelness to her hip comparatively when she gets out here and goes. I just need to balance her differently, change her top line, change her rump structure, and clean her rear joint up to make her more competitive with that Gilt that wins. Without question, the Gilt that's at a size disadvantage is the one that comes out here in 3. And, you can appreciate a lot of things about this one. I wish at her size that her neck was more extended, that she was cleaner there at the top of her pole. But at the same time, I think this Gilt is opened up underneath. She's square. She's got muscle. And still, she's extended out of her hip, and I think utilizes her joints from the side relatively well in comparison. Nice kind of a Gilt. Just maybe not immature enough in her look out here compared to some of the other ones. Maybe the stoutest one that we've got in here is the one that comes out in 4. Really big bladed, really opened up in her chest, stout-headed. You get on top of her, there's no question. She's as massive out of her shoulder blade and back into her loin as anything that we've got out here. I've just got to change the way she's constructed out of the rear third of her skeleton. We need to lengthen and level her hip. I need to clean her joint up from behind. And she just wants to tuck her rear leg up underneath herself. Up front, not as attractive, not as tall-fronted either. But we've got to appreciate the positives of that Gilt and talk about how big-ribbed and how stout she is without question. The two Gilts that come out next, young man nearest me has got a bigger, longer body kind of a Gilt that doesn't handle her rear leg quite appropriately enough. A little smaller in her ankle and smaller in her rear leg. Gets to throwing it on the outside of her body the longer that she goes. Another Gilt out here that's just compositionally not correct enough for me. There at the base of her throat and the crest of her neck, she too gets a little rounder in all aspects of the way that she's put together in her shoulder, there in her hip, and then you study her from behind. The Gilt that comes out next, a little drier in her body. She's as muscular of a Gilt as we've got in here. Just got to tone her down, if you will, just to allow her to get out and go with a little more comfort and ease. And then the Gilt that we've got rounding out the class, still skinny out here, and obviously we've got some Gilts away from whatever she weighs to 400 out here today, and this Gilt is far from being where she needs to be. But I think at this stage of the game, we need to fleshen up her rib cage and her body, bring her shoulder blade back inside of her, and allow her to just flex and go with more comfort out of her hip and hock. But a nice set of Polands.
Results out of Class 21. Poland's first goes to Taylor Hinton, Ohio. Second, Leah Emmenheiser, Indiana. Third, Anaya Wilson, Michigan. Fourth, Trace Minton, Arkansas. And fifth, Tyler Armstrong, Indiana. We are now showing Class 22 Poland Gilts.
big class of Poland gilts out here, and I think we just run into some structural issues and some gilts out here that just get a little too dry in their body and maybe just don't tie and balance well enough from the side. But I think a very high quality class. I think we're going to rework about 6 in here, but quality group all the way through. Young lady in the red's got our class winner out of here, and I think just in terms of build and proportionality and the way that everything ties together, I think that one comes to the surface fairly quickly. You know, at times maybe gets a little tentative up front, but that's a nice kind of a gilt that's opened up, that's sound and sets everything down correctly to go ahead and win. Young lady does an awesome job with this gilt that comes out here in second, and you know, presentation-wise, you get on top of her. I think she's impressive as she comes out of her shoulder. You know, right there in her loin, she's wanting to get a little stale, maybe a little wrinkled right there. Biggest thing on her is I didn't see her opening up quite as well in her chest. You get in right behind her and watch her go away. She wants to plant some weight on the outside of her foot, not quite as square when she hits the ground going directly away. And from a silhouette perspective, I think she wants to dip in her loin. As I just talked, gets a little rounder right there in her hip, but that's a nice kind of a gilt to go out there in two. The outlier of our top trio is the one that comes in third, a stout-headed, big-armed, and a gilt that's got a lot of substance to her. To me, she ran into trouble just from a structural aspect. Gets too upright in her shoulder and there in her knee. To me, she read the most nondescript out of her shoulder and up high. I thought she got the flattest when we got directly behind her. But that would be a fun one to take home and see what you could do with, because, you know, I do think that one's got some stoutness to her skull and some stoutness to her rear foot. The gilt that comes in that comes out here in four, really big up high and got lots of muscle shape from that aspect. Big down low and really square in her chest. She got into trouble when she goes directly away. Her rear feet get a little small and also a little rigid in the way that she plants them. I didn't see her being just as genuinely busted open as the ones ahead of her when you compare her out here, but a nice one to go into that spot. A young man does a nice job driving this one that comes out next. I really like her head, and I like the way that she hinges and goes out of her hip and hind leg. To me, that one from the side gets a little too piecey. Again, up in her loin, too high in her flank, and off in her hip. If we could redesign and rebalance that one, I think her head and her bone and the way that she uses her hind leg could allow that one to surface up a little higher in this class. Bigger, more extended kind of a gilt that comes out next that she too wants to get a little piecey and off there in her hip. I like how opened up she is in her chest. Didn't read her as comfortable on either end of her skeleton out here. Gets a little upright in her shoulder and a little short there about her hip, but certainly a stout-headed one that's got a big hind leg. We just need to make her more comfortable as she gets out and goes. Like some things about that one as well. Young man does a nice job driving his gilt and has all day long. And this one I think is just a basic good kind of a Poland gilt. That comes out big-bodied and big in her rib, gets too just tentative and rigid in her rear pastern set for me. We just need to relax her from behind, allow that one to just get out and go with just a little more comfort. And then the gilts on down the line here. The young man's got one that gets a little rounder in the way that she's put together, rounder in her shoulder, too straight in her hock, and just a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. And then the two young ladies bring us a pair of gilts that come out next that they too are just structural concerns. This one gets a little too dry and a little too stale in the way that she's put together today. Wants to close up and her base down low. And then the young lady that's got one coming out next just gets too frail in her makeup. Thought she needed to be in a pin over here just because of her body shape and her silhouette from the side. We just got to make her heavier duty and square her up on both ends.
Results out of Class 22. Poland Gilts. First goes to Fallon Griffin, Indiana. Second, Taylor Hinton, Ohio. Third, Faith Lehman, Indiana. Fourth, J.C. Slagle, Ohio. And fifth, Colton Evinger, Indiana. We are now ready to show for champion Poland Gilt. Coming out of Class 21, congratulations from Ohio, Taylor Hinton. Second in that class was Leah Emmenheiser, Indiana. Out of Class 22, congratulations, Fallon Griffin, Indiana. Second in that class was Taylor Henson, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these two individuals as they show for champion Poland Gilt at the 2025 North American.
A nice pair of pulling gilts out here, and I think both of them complement each other very well. And I thought came out of their respective division just because of their look, their skeleton, and two gilts that just could continue to get out here in motor. And with that said, I think we look down and we can see that both of them have got good joint work. They're both clean in their joint work. They're both immature in their build, but at the same time, there's one that's just got more up high. She's got more body shape, got more turn to her rib shape, and still square on both ends of her skeleton. Young lady in the red is going to have your champion. Which one do you like? Young lady in the yellow's got both of them out here, and I think it's a nice pair, and she brought us a nice pair of Poland gilts out here today, and I really like her Class 1 gilt in terms of her look and her balance and her silhouette. Didn't have just as much punch as the one that won there today, but I still think is a big one. That one's awfully good. And then the one that is second behind our champion is another one that's, I think, stout featured, heavy bone, maybe wanted to close up behind just a little bit, and I didn't see her just to balance in terms of her loin back. I thought she got a little staler out there, a little rounder there in her hip. The one out here that I think is just a little more unique in terms of her build, silhouette, and presence, the one the young lady's on is going to be reserve.
Your champion Poland Gilt comes out of Class 22, Fallon Griffin, Indiana. Your reserve out of Class 21, Taylor Henson, Ohio. Spot Gilts, Class 23, Spot Gilts, last stand, final call.
Young lady in the yellow's got our class winner out here, and I think the one that just combines 2 and 3, to be transparent, in terms of one that's immature, that's balanced in her look, but still very heavy structured. This one, the longer the drive continues, I think just the better she becomes. She stays loose in her shoulder. The gilt stays loose in her hock and still sets her foot down correctly and appropriately from behind. And I think sits from an immaturity standpoint about where she needs to today. And you get in behind her, she's not too broad anywhere. I think, muscle design, flesh sits about where she's supposed to today. That's a nice kind of a gilt to win this class. One that's not just as far along as our class winner is the gilt that comes in second, and she's got a neat look to her from the side. My initial read on this one is that, her head's not quite as stout as what we've got in our class winner. I do like her chest. I like how broad she is there, and she does have a neat look from her shoulder back. But I think with that head comes down low, and her feet aren't as big, her arms not as big. And I think the same story as the class winner. She's not as broad from behind as a couple of the other ones in here, but I don't think her rear feet hit the surface just as correctly as what our class winner does either. But still, I think that's another gilt to go in second that's awfully high quality in here. Without question, the most muscular gilt of our top 3 is the one that comes out here in third. And again, stout-headed, behind her blade and into her loin. She's very impressive. She's got great shape and a great turn to her upper rib. I thought she got the most tentative of our top 3 out here, the tightest out of her hip and the tightest in the construction of her rear leg, the longer the drive continued to wear on. But I like lots of things about that gilt in terms of her muscle, her rib shape, and her spread down low. I've just got to flex her and allow her to go out here a little easier. The gilt in 4, I thought, was a design gilt that kind of fit into the upper end of this class, one that's got a neat look ahead of her blade, and one that looks like she could continue to go up and be a good big one. Now, today, I think her obvious criticism is that she gets a little flat there in her forerib, and her mid-body isn't quite as good. But her feet and legs read right to me. Her fundamentals read right in terms of her skeleton and the way that everything matches. That one just needs to continue to flesh and come on, but a nice kind of a gilt that I think certainly has a bright future. The gilt in 5, without question, really stout from behind and square pin, big hip, lots of dimension up high. I've just got to reconstruct her and reassemble her from a structural standpoint and lay everything back in her shoulder, allow that one to flex and go with just a little more flexibility off both ends. Young man's got a nice gilt, and I'll give some brief comments as we let all the gilts down all the way. Young man's got a gilt that just needs to be sounder out here, but certainly he does a very nice job with her. Young man in the red's got one that just gets a little too flat and dry on her body. Young lady in the pink, I think you win the award today. That's the smallest pig I've seen at the North American, but kudos to you. Gilt's got probably has a bright future ahead of her, and I think a quality pig that certainly deserved a pin. And then the young lady in the pink coming out next, muscular, needs to be redesigned. And then the gilt that rounds out our class, I think another one that's muscular, needs to be redesigned in her shoulder and out of her hip. Good class of spots.
Results out of Class 23 spot gilts. First goes to Anna Lawrence, Indiana. Second, Avery Sturm, Ohio. Third, Carly Pineda, Ohio. Fourth, Genevieve Davis, Ohio. And fifth, Garrett Reed, Indiana. We're now showing Class 24 spot gilts. Class 25, spot Gilts. Class 25, spot Gilts. We need you in the makeup area.
Nice set of spot gilts in here, and I think the young man in the darker blues got one that comes out here and just the most genuine one that we've got in here of our top pairs. Certainly, she's more moderate. She's bigger in her rib cage and bigger in her body, and I think one of her biggest advantages is she's more secure on her feet, specifically up front. Her hip design to me is more ideal. She sits down with more slope out of her hip. I think it allows her to use her hock a little more appropriately, but you look down low and there's just more genuine everything about that gilt in terms of her skull, her arm, her rib cage, her body, and yet you get behind her, and I think there's just more substance there in that one than we've got in the other one. And the biggest thing is, we talk about the gilt in a second. There's no doubt from a silhouette standpoint. If you like gilts that are long necked or whatever, she is that. I mean, her neck is long. It sits very high on the top of her shoulder. In her silhouette from that standpoint, it's very good. I've got to make her better in her front feet and make her more comfortable up front. The turn to her rib cage is not as ideal as what we have in our class winner, and I think she gets a little shorter about her hip, doesn't extend her hock quite as well as what our class winner does, but that's a nice pair of gilts out here to go 1 and 2. From a width of chest and rib shape standpoint, the gilt in third probably most resembles our class winner in terms of just being broad everywhere. My problem with her is from the side, she gets a little more ordinary in her look. At the base of her throat, at the crest of her neck, she doesn't tie her loin into her hip quite as attractively, and then she gets a little rounder there about her hip as well. I think consequently, when you watch her go from behind, she gets a little shorter in her step. Her foot placement as she hits the ground from behind isn't quite as ideal. She wants to rotate her hock, doesn't set her foot down as square when she hits the surface, but another really stout kind of a gilt there to go in 3. Young man's got another stout one that goes in 4 as well. Really stout-headed, big-ribbed, and opened up down low. Gilt just gets a little shorter about her step from behind. Wasn't as attractive from the side. We've got to free her up and make her more mobile out of her shoulder and out of her hip and hind leg for her to surface any higher in here. The gilts in 5 and 6 I thought were very similar in their makeup. Both are very shapely gilts. Both are very moderate in the way that they're put together, but both have got to be reconstructed in their hip and hind leg design. They get a little coarser in their joint work. The gilt here specifically gets a little flatter in her body. The gilt on the other side, we've got to bring her hock back within her when we watch her go directly away. But I think when you talk about gilts that are moderate, that are shapely, that have got some muscle and are square, those certainly are. We just need to redesign them at the ground. The gilts from 7 on down to 10, I think, this gilt here specifically, just a little bigger, and then once again, a little rounder and straighter in her hock, and then some gilts on down the line that need to be redesigned from a structural standpoint. Nice set all the way through.
Results out of Class 24. Spot Gilts. First goes to Gunnar Smith, Arkansas. Second, Craig Emenheiser, Indiana. Third, Nora Taylor White, Georgia. Fourth, Chase Farr, Indiana. And fifth, Rhett Summers, Indiana. We are now showing Class 25 Spot Gilts, the last class of Spot Gilts.
obviously we've got some out here that are bigger that are starting to give up a little bit, and I think that we're running into some structural sort. So we'll excuse these and some gilts that maybe just aren't built as well as some of the ones that we kept back a little bit ago. But really a nice set of spot gilts in this class. I'm anxious to sort our top in. Let's congratulate these young people. Well, I tell you, there's certain classes that kind of keep the momentum going, and this is one of them. It can get redundant at times to get out in the middle of the ring and talk all day. And I know Chad's been done for a minute, and I had a few more classes than he has, but. Sometimes it's just refreshing to see a class, and this is one of them. And I like this pair a good deal, but at the same time, I like our class winner quite a bit. Just one her presence and her immaturity in the right spots, her looseness of her hip, her looseness of joints are all very good. And I think where she beats our gilt that goes in second is the cleanliness of her hock, the shape of the top of her neck, and just the set there to her hip. That gilt is still opened up down low. The turn to her rib cage and the turn to her body are all very good out here. Just a very nice gilt to win this class. When the gilt that was in second came in class, obviously that was one that I thought would be hard to turn, but because of how high quality she is, and she certainly is that. That gilt is still dense and opened up down low. Just don't read her with those just extremities in terms of the look and the balance and the presence of what our class winner has. But I think you can still appreciate how bold she is, how big she is in her rib cage, and just her body shape is very, very good. That's a nice pair of spotted gilts out here to go 1 and 2. I tell you, if those gilts didn't show up, the gilt that comes in third, if you're a breeder sitting ringside, I think there's so many things to appreciate about this one, just because of I think her arm is big. I think she's opened up down low. Her jaw reads right to me, and at the same time, I think she still gets out, even though she's getting a little tired. I think the set and the cleanliness to her joint and the set to her rear foot are all very good. Now, she's not as fresh up high today as those two ahead of her. I don't read her body and her midrib as being quite as big, but man, there's so many fundamental pieces in this one that I think a guy could build off of. Just to make hogs moving forward that are very good. That's a good gilt there to go in third. The gilt in four is an opened up one that's got a big blade in her, and honestly almost works to a fault because she's so big in her blade that she gets a little round there in her arm, and I think gets a little out there on her front feet. She's not as secure in the way she plants her toes up front either, and I think maybe the same story could be told when you talk her from behind. Gets a little round about her hip, and she wants to push the envelope on where she sets her hock from behind as well, but still a big rib, but robust one that's got a big rib cage and a big body there to go into that spot. This young lady does a nice job with her gilt that comes out next, and probably the outlier of the group. When you talk about the front third of her body, I don't think that she's not as stout-headed as some, and that's probably my preference is to make her a little stouter-headed. But you can see down low that I think her skull matches her feet. Her feet aren't quite as big as some of the other ones. Her joint work is a little coarser when you get right behind her, and I think consequently doesn't take in long and fluid of a step as some of those do quite ahead of her. But man, they've got her ready, and her body is big. Her rib cage, I think, is naturally big. A nice gilt there to go in that spot as well. A gilt that gets more tentative in her step comes out next. I like the stoutness of her head and the stoutness that she's got to her. Wants to come in there at her knee, and I don't think is as secure in the way that everything sits and bends and flexes at the ground from behind. She gets a little rounder about her neck and rounder in her hip as well, but still a nice kind of a gilt to go in that spot. Some gilts on down the line here that once again, I think we need to balance differently. We need to change from a structural aspect, but very high quality in this class. I think we had 17 to get in the top 10 in a tough class like this is certainly to be commended. So congratulations to them. We'll do our champion spot drive.
Results out of Class 25. Spot Gilts. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Brian Scudder, Ohio. Third, Mary Hedrick, Indiana. Fourth, Alexa Wilt, Indiana. And fifth, Finley Griffin, Indiana. We are now ready to show for Champion Spot Gilt. Coming out of Class 23, congratulations, Anna Lawrence, Indiana. Second in that class was Avery Sturm, Ohio. Out of Class 24, congratulations, Gunnar Smith, Arkansas. Second in that class was Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. Out of our just completed Class 25, Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second in that class was Brian Scudder, Ohio.
Well, I thought a really nice spot show out here all the way through, and I thought we had some depth in every class. We need to get through them and get to the champion drive. I know there's an outlier without a doubt. Young lady in the pink's got your champion.
Your champion spot, Gilt, comes out of Class 25 from Indiana. Congratulations, Maya Holderly. That drops in Brian Scudder from Ohio for reserve honors.
That class was awfully good, and I talked about just the minor differences between the two, and I thought our champion look and design and build just was a notch better than this one, but still this Gilt comes out and is overwhelming in terms of her chest width, her rib shape, her body shape, and just stoutness of feature. Second in that class will be reserve.
Your reserve comes out of Class 25, the second place, Brian Scudder, Ohio.
Well, the young man out here has got our class winner, and I think one that comes to win. This is the one that's still got feature, stoutness of skulls, some width down low, but still handles her skeleton relatively well. Comfortable place to start. Young lady in the black's got our second place one, and I thought most closely followed her just in terms of being within herself on both ends of her skeleton, but still having a good look when you get out here and look at her from profile. Still got some rib shape and some substance to her. Nice kind of a gilt there to go in second. One that gives up a little bit out here, obviously, in terms of pounds is the one that comes in three. Stout-headed, big arm kind of a gilt. It's got a big rear leg. I read her just a little quicker in her maturity. Comparatively, gets a little shorter and rounder about her hip. Same thing could be said to the front end of her skeleton. We like to lengthen her neck, just make her a little more elevated up front, but that's a nice gilt there to go in that spot. The gilt that comes in four, this young lady has done an awesome job showing all day. Just like to change her from a structural standpoint. Just gets too straight up front, short and steep about her hip, and too straight from behind. But she's done a great job in terms of getting her presentation with skin and hair and all those things ready. A nice gilt there to go in that spot. The gilt next, I thought was just very basic in her build. Maybe not overwhelming in terms of width or dimension up front or from behind. You get on top of her, I thought she just ran out of muscle out of her shoulder blade and into her top line. It just got a little straighter probably on both ends of her skeleton, but a gilt that I thought just didn't get you in trouble. Big and elevated and attractive. Nice kind of a gilt there to go in that spot. Gilt that gets more refined comes out here in our next spot. Tall and elevated. Just needs to open her up on both ends of her skeleton. The gilt's on down the line here. I thought the gilt that comes out next, just a little basic in her look up front. A little deeper there in her throat. Big-bodied, muscular kind of a gilt. Gilt that comes next is just too flat and frail. But I think her presence up front, her look and extension ahead of her blade are awfully nice. And then the two gilts we've got rounding out the class probably just didn't have as much bone and as much stoutness as the gilts ahead of them in class, but nice Tamworths all the way through.
Results out of Class 26. First goes to Branken Sheets, Iowa. Second, Brian Scudder, Ohio. Third, Josie Boyer, Indiana. Fourth, Anna Lawrence, Indiana. And fifth, Lydia Kilfoyle, Indiana. We are now showing Class 27 Tamworth Gilts.
Well, three Tamworths left out in the ring, and I think just run into some structural issues. The three that were the most concerning to me in terms of just mobility and getting around the ring, these two specifically. And then the young ladies' Gilt does a nice job, just a little bigger and flatter, maybe not as fresh here today, but I think three very high-quality Gilts. We'll excuse them and rework our top five. Young lady on the far side has got our class winner, and I think the one that just balances up the most correctly out here, the one that's still got some look up front, some spread down low, and I think gets out here, and you watch her go away, still correct in the way that she sets the ground with her hock and her rear foot. Nice kind of a Gilt to go ahead and start. The Gilt that comes in second, you can make the case that she's a little stouter headed, maybe even heavier bone yet, and the turn to her rib cage is awfully good. I've just got to redesign her in the way that she's put together out of her neck and the top side of her pole there. But certainly one I think we can appreciate from a muscularity standpoint, how big she is in her rib cage and how good she is in her body. A nice kind of a Gilt there to go into second as well. The outlier in our top three is the Gilt in three, and she's really got a neat look to her up front, opened up in her chest and really elevated through her neck. The way that everything ties and transitions up high, I just got to change her in her rib shape and in her body. It gets awfully flat there, and certainly just needs to be better in that regard. But a nice kind of a Gilt to go in three. A Gilt that probably resembles our Gilt in second from a look standpoint. is a gilt that comes in out here in 4. A little stouter headed, maybe just a little more to the top side of her neck and the base of her throat. She's heavy bone and square and got a big rib cage to her. And I'll tell you, maybe we don't talk about it enough, but the shape of her vulva needs to be different as well when you look at her from that standpoint. But that's a nice gilt that's got some value, I think. But at the same time, we just need to clean her look up and balance her differently. 5 on down the line here, I think, are some gilts. And this gilt, unfortunately, I think it has got some really neat pieces to her. She's off in a hip there. I don't know if it's her left one, but she's given us something and certainly not one to get around the ring quite well enough out here. But I do think that gilt has got some neat pieces and parts to her, just not well enough out here to probably compete in the show ring today. Just need to get that one a little bit sounder. Gilt's 6 on down the line here. Young man's got him a nice gilt. Just runs out of gas in terms of just muscle and substance. And I think compositionally in this breed specifically is maybe where we get in trouble from 7 on down. Just some gilts that don't have as much up high, not as much down low. And balance and build, I think, it maybe is what gets some of these in trouble. They don't have as much look up front. Their design and build and flexibility from the side isn't as good as what we had in our top 5 in this class. But a nice set all the way through.
We're now ready to show for champion Tamworth Gilt. Coming out of class 26, Brecken Sheets, Iowa. Second in that class was Brianne Scudder, Ohio. Out of our just completed class 27, Olivia Berlasky, Illinois. Second in that class was Owen Smith, Indiana. Please put your hands together for each of these individuals as they show for champion Tamworth Gilt at the 2025 North American.
I thought that was a nice pair of classes that we had in our Tamworth division, and yet both of them come back out here and represent lots of quality. But to me, there's one that's just got the extras in terms of skull, stoutness of features, spread down low, but with still a good skeleton and a great big rear leg. Our young man out of Class 1's got your champion.
Your champion Tamworth Gilt comes out of class 26, Brecken Sheets, Iowa. That drops in Brianne Scudder from Ohio.
I thought that first class was awfully good, and we had some depth and quality in there, and that gilt comes out, and I think gets right into the mix in terms of just her look and her extension, and I think her rib and body, I think match where she's at with her weight. We could open her up there in her chest, and maybe gets a little tighter out of her shoulder and a little tighter out of her rear leg, and then we talked our bigger gilt that I said in class, maybe drop her body down some comparatively, but I think in terms of just bone and in the way they set their rear leg from behind, I think she most closely follows suit with our champion. The heavyweight will be reserved.
Your reserve Tamworth Gilt comes out of class 27, Olivia Berlasky, Illinois. Class 29, Yorkshire's makeup area. Attention exhibitors around ringside and throughout the barn. We will do the grand drive in ring B. The grand drive will be in ring B 5 minutes after the champion Yorkshire Gilt selection. We'll take a short 5-minute break before we do the champion overall selection in ring B. If you don't know which ring B is, that's where they showed the crossbreds today. Again, the grand drive selection will be in ring B. We will parade the reserves. The reserves will be paraded.
Hey, I'll tell you this is the deepest class I've judged all day. I'm going to rework 10 of them. They're pretty good, and honestly, these gilts that are out here right now. I mean, the young lady's gilt, gets a little shorter up front, a little shorter in her hip, and a little straighter off both ends. I think that's where we changed the young man's gilt as well. But extremely heavy bone. I wouldn't give up on either one of these. I think they're incredibly high quality. This class is really good. I'm anxious to sort through them once again. I'm going to rework our top 10 and see what we got. You know, Chad said this earlier, and from a breeder standpoint, all you hear all summer and all you hear all fall is how sorry pigs are. And, hell, we're feeding them, we're trying to get them ready, and I agree with you most days. They're hard to put together, and they're hard to do this, and they're hard to do that. And I don't raise Yorkshires. I cannot tell you how much I respect people that do. Because when I first got started doing this, the people that I went to were the Kevin Rickers of the world and those guys that put focus and emphasis on raising Yorkshires, and that's what they wanted to do. And I built a crossbred Yorkshire program in Texas that was very good for a few years until I messed it up and they got sorry again. But my basis for what I did was all based around people who had the ideals and values of the guys that are trying to make Yorkshires better. And all summer, we go to these shows. We go to Expo, Louisville, and they talk about how sorry Yorkshires are. If you think your Yorkshires are sorry and you're in this building, you need to come watch this class. Boy, these are good. And I wasn't at every show all summer, but I was at one. And, boy, I wish some of these were there. That's all I'll tell you. You can go 1 through whatever in this class and find a gilt that you think you want to take home, and I would love to sit on a bucket with you and talk with you about it, because these pieces of these gilts are unbelievably good. And you can nitpick every one of them if you want to and talk about, and I pinned 9, and I got to 9, and I thought, oh, crap, like what am I going to do with these 2, because these 2 are still good. But we get out here, and I'm going to tell you, this gilt right here, when you talk about her head shape, her natural elevation, this gilt wants to run uphill. That is her attitude in the ring. That is her natural presence. Her arm is big. Her rear leg is big. Her rear foot is big. Her body shape is incredible. And when you get behind her and watch her go away, her pin set and the way that everything sits to the ground is unmatched. Now, she comes right at you. If you want to nickel and dime her chest just a little bit, you can. I'm not going to, because this gilt is so good in so many areas that it's really hard to poke a hole in that one. That's a good pig. This is a good class. I want you to just appreciate what there is out here amongst this group, because they're very, very good. The gilt that comes in second, there's no doubt. If you want to talk about her up front and you want to say that she's a little broader right there in the base of her chest, she is. I don't think her shoulder lays back just as neatly in her as the gilt that comes in second. In the longer the drive wears on, and obviously we've had them out here for a second, she gets a little more restricted out of her shoulder up front. I still like the angle and set to her hock and the set to her foot from behind. The crest and the cleanliness up top probably isn't ideal on the top side of her neck is what we've got in the gilt in 1. Her natural turn to her rib cage and the depth to her body are all very, very good. That's a nice kind of a gilt as well. The gilt that comes in 3, from a show pig perspective, could be the outlier amongst the group. Her elevation and extension up front are very good. I love the slope and bend that she's got to her shoulder as well, and she gets out here and goes. She's so comfortable in the way that everything sits to the ground. Now, where she runs out of gas is down low, specifically from behind. Her feet aren't quite as big. Her bone column isn't quite as big, but at the same time, and she is on the edge on where she sets her hock, but even being on the edge, nothing twists or turns or bows or goes the wrong direction. I still think that's a high-quality gilt. And I think, as young as she is out here, she's still got a lot of catching up to do from a maturation standpoint and can still get up and go. And that's a nice kind of a gilt to go there in that spot. The gilt that goes out here in 4, probably of our top end, what was the most concerning to me in terms of from a length of hip perspective. This gilt I thought resembled some similarities of the gilt that went 2 in this class with her rib shape, the swoop to her body, and just the stoutness that she has and the maturation that she has in her center there. I would like to extend her hip. I would like to just loosen that one and make her set her heel and her hock down more appropriately where everything sits from behind. But that's a good kind of a gilt to go in that spot as well. a gilt that just doesn't get you in trouble is this one that comes out next. And just fundamentally in terms of her rib cage and her body, I like so many things about her. Still a loose hinge gilt when you talk about her from behind. I thought up front she was a little more timid in her foot placement. Her arm wasn't quite as big. The base of her throat and the crest of her neck maybe weren't quite as attractive as some of those right ahead of her, but that's an awfully nice gilt as well. Without question, one of the stouter gilts that we've got in here, and she too, I thought maybe just got a little more timid the longer she was out here. When you look at her front feet, gets a little down up there. From behind was my biggest concern on her. She wants to base a little narrow going directly away, and when she does base, she wants to get more pressure on the outside of her foot from behind. I've got to make that one more comfortable in every step that she takes out here. The gilt that comes out here in 7, another very high quality one that I like a lot of things about. Maybe not as many wows in this one as we've got some of those that precede her in class. And again, I thought you could extend her hip and lengthen her hip just a little bit to allow her to just function more appropriately. The longer that she goes, the more she wants to swing her hock there on the outside of her body. But that's a nice kind of a gilt to go in that slot as well. This is one of the gilts here that I was talking about when we got out down to the end of that class. Is she big enough ribbed and big enough body to win today? No, she's not. But this gilt, long-term value in this one, I could see a guy ringside wanting to take this one home because her feet and legs, her squareness behind and coming at you are so very good. And that looks like a very, very good big gilt to me. We just need to, fleshen her up and change those things about her as she gets bigger. The two gilts that we've got here in 9 and 10, both very highly presented, both very high-quality gilts. Both, to me, I thought got a little more tighter in their shoulder, got a little rounder about their hip. Both gilts that just need to be looser in the way they're constructed. Once again, congratulations to these kids. A great set of Yorkshire gilts.
Results out of Class 28, Yorkshire Gilts. First goes to Jordan Kilmer, Indiana. Second, Kate Heikes, Kansas. Third, Garrett Reed, Indiana. Fourth, Lane Merrill, Indiana. And fifth, Rylan Kilmer, Indiana. We are now showing Class 29, Yorkshire Gilts.
Well, I think a nice class out here, and honestly, I think up top we've got some complementary pieces from 2 on down. But yet, the Gilt that leads, I think, is one that does so for many different reasons out here. That's the one that's still bold up front, still genuine up front in her chest. I like her skull. I like the turn to her rib. I like the shape of her body, and she's got the biggest hind leg, but from the side has got the most appropriate bend to her hind leg in terms of her hock and her rear foot placement. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, you get in right behind her, she pushes the envelope on where she sets her hock. We need to bring it back within her just a little bit, but I still think fundamentally from the side, that's a big elevated gilt that's got a neat presence and some stoutness to her. The gilt that comes out here in second, I'm not going to tell you this one's overwhelming anywhere. She's not the most of anything. She's not the most attractive. She's not the heaviest bone. Probably not the most opened up underneath. But at the same time, I see a lot of fundamental value in this one. I like the angle to her shoulder. I like the bend that she's got on both ends of her skeleton. She gets maybe a little ordinary in her look when you piece her top line together from the side, and she's not as opened up down low. But to me, this is just a good kind of a Yorkshire gilt that's got some breeding value from a fundamental aspect. I think, one that can use her feet and legs appropriately from the side. The shape to her body, the shape to her rib cage are all very good. I think a solid gilt there to go into. The outlier, without question, is a gilt that comes out here in 3. A longer body kind of a gilt. And she does have incredible length and extension ahead of her blade up front. To me, that gilt just gets too tentative in her feet placement up front. I think her head matches her rib cage and body. It gets a little flatter in her forerib. There's not as much turn there to her center. And then from behind, I think at the ground, her feet are a little more tentative as well. Doesn't just sit down with as much flex and cushion to her feet when she goes to the ground. But a nice kind of a gilt, certainly very well presented to go there in 3. The more conventional kind of a gilt in terms of moderation is the one that comes in 4. Stout-headed, big rib, big body, very fundamentally good from an athleticism standpoint. Certainly, she's flexible on both ends of her skeleton. That one just got a little too bland up high for me. She gets a little flatter on top of her shoulder. Same thing as she transitions back into her loin. That's the shortest hip gilt of our top end, and I think you get directly behind her. She's the most disappointing from her pins all the way to the ground. She wants to narrow and get too base narrow there at the ground, but a gilt that we can appreciate for a multitude of things without question. The gilt that comes in 5, really stout featured. I thought this gilt wanted to give up, and it's partially her attitude out here, I think, that's making her a little tighter and more restricted in her movement, but we've certainly got to change those things about her to make her more competitive within the upper end of this class. But I think saying that, you get in right behind her, you could change the shape and the set to her hock as well to make her more ideal from that standpoint. Some gilts on down the line from 6 on down. I think a gilt that comes out next that just doesn't move. She's not as athletic as some of those ahead of her. Just starting to give to that left rear leg a little bit. And then some gilts from 7, 8, 9, 10 that we could just change from a structural standpoint. Gilts that aren't as comfortable in their movement. And I think as we get into these ages and these weights of these gilts, obviously they're not going to be as attractive and as well built as some of those, in earlier ages or they were ahead of them in class. But all the way down, I thought another quality set of Yorkshire gilts.
Results out of Class 29. Yorkshire Gilts. First goes to Briley Francis. Maryland. Second, Asher Smith. Illinois. Third, Brent Higgs. Maryland. Fourth, Owen Bridges. Georgia. And fifth, Kylie Conrad. Michigan. We're now showing Class 30 Yorkshire Gilts. This is the last class of Yorkshire Gilts. A reminder, exhibitors participating in the grand drive, we will parade the reserves. The reserves will go in the placing pens. Champions will go in the holding pens. In Ring B, we will do the grand drive in Ring B.
well here in our last class of Yorks. I think we've gotten to the weight that they're just not as comfortable out here, and I think that's what we're seeing with our gilts remaining. Just some gilts that need to maintain their skeletal quality just a little bit better than what they are out here. I still think some nice pieces to work with what we've got remaining, but we're going to excuse them. We're going to rework our top 4 in this class. But kudos to the kids. We'll do this, get you a champion Yorkshire, and then go to our champion drive. You know, I'm probably going to get into this in a minute, and I'll try to keep my composure. It's been about 9 years ago. Weston showed his very first pig at the Fort Worth Stock Show, and it was a Yorkshire. And I'll never forget being where you guys were on the back of the ringside, and boy, it was something. It was something to take in. About 3 days ago, before I left, I told him. I told him. I said, "Hey, you're not going to see your little girlfriend this weekend if you don't get your A&M application done." So that's how fast it happens. It's how quick it happens. Mom and Dad, ringside, cherish every second of this. Whether you're first or second or whatever you are, this is amazing. You will never ever forget this moment. I can promise you. These 2 little girls, I can promise you, are going to do big things. Whenever they do, I'll talk to pigs in just a second. But it just, I don't know, just made me think. Good pair of pigs, a very good pair of pigs that we've got out here. And this young lady nearest me has got one that I think, you compare the two, and this one, man, her arm is big. Her head is stout. Her silhouette and the way that everything matches out of the top of her blade into her top line are so very good. That's a heavy bone kind of a gilt that still sets square on both ends of her body. The shape to her body is very good. Just a very nice kind of a gilt to win. The gilt that comes in second, I think, has got some very good qualities as well. Didn't read her just as clean there at the base of her throat. Didn't read her just as naturally elevated at the point of her shoulder. Her pieces aren't quite as big. And I still think when you get in behind these gilts, the gilt that wins has got a bigger rear leg, and I think she sits to the ground more secure in the way that her feet hit the surface when she goes directly away. But that's a very, very nice pair of big Yorkshire gilts out here to go 1 and 2. I think 3 all the way down. We could talk some qualities within these. This gilt that comes out in 3 has got some really, really unique pieces. Big arms, stout-headed, incredibly stout in terms of her feature. Not as attractive as 1 and 2, and I don't think she looks necessarily like a show winner in terms of her composition and the way that her length and extension set in her neck up front. But I think that's an awfully nice gilt to go in that spot as well. Young lady does a nice job with her gilt that comes out here in 4, and a gilt that I think maybe down low doesn't give us as much ruggedness in her feet and in her arm, but still a shapely gilt that's got a neat set about her head, and at the same time, you get in behind her, and that's where I got the most critical on her. It's just how she sets to the base of her skeleton, wants to roll there on the outside of her toe just ever so slightly, but a nice kind of a gilt to go into that spot as well. The gilt that comes out next from the side, big-bodied, big-ribbed, and still can use her feet and legs appropriately. Once again, I didn't think that everything matched down low. There wasn't just as much substance there at the ground. Wanted to come in and funnel in at the base of her skeleton. We just need to stouten her up from that regard, but a nice one to go into that spot. A gilt that just gets a little rounder out of her hip, and once again, maybe just not as flashy up front. Didn't think her head was as stout. You study her arm and her foot as well. They're just not as much right there as there are some gilts that are right ahead of her. Just a big, fundamentally good kind of a gilt, and I think 8, 9, and 10, we've got some similarities in those as well. This one gets a little easier in her top, maybe just not as stout as what we've got ahead of her. And then a gilt that comes out here next, really, really big in her rib as well. We need to make her heavier featured. Same with a couple others down the line. Nice set all the way through. We'll get you a champion Yorkshire.
Results out of Class 30. Yorkshire Gilts. First goes to Elliot Leatherman. Second, Lily Jo Cook. Third, Mallory Murray. Fourth, Harper Short. And fifth, Zoe Boyer. We are now ready to show for champion Yorkshire Gilt at the 2025 North American. Coming out of Class 28 from Indiana, congratulations, Jordan Kilmer. Second in that class was Kate Hikus, Kansas. Out of Class 29, congratulations, Briley Francis, Maryland. Second in that class was Asher Smith, Illinois. Out of our just completed Class number 30, congratulations, Elliot Leatherman, Arkansas. Second in that class was Lily Jo Cook, also from Arkansas. Please put your hands together for these three individuals as they show for champion Yorkshire Gilt.
Well, this is a very good Yorkshire Gilt show, and I'm not. No one's ever asked me to be on the executive Yorkshire board, so I had to bring my buddy out here to talk about these for a second. But no, we see them the same, and I just honestly, you do a show like this, and you've got somebody that you respect on the other side of the ring, and I just like talking pigs with people. We both land on the same one, and I knew we would, but yet at the same time, we bring them back out. I think all three of these represent lots of quality. The Gilt out of Class 1, you heard me talk that class, and what I thought of that. The Gilt out of Class 2 is awfully nice. I talked about just, her hock shape from behind is awfully close on where you sit it. The Gilt out of Class 3 is very unique, very heavy boned, stout-headed, you could perhaps just loosen her hock and just hinge her just a little bit differently when she gets out here, but that's an awfully good pig that comes out of Class 3. I think Chad and I both land on the same one, the one that's incredibly high quality, very heavy structured, awesome built. Young lady out of Class 1 will have your champion.
Your champion Yorkshire Gilt from Indiana out of Class 28, Jordan Kilmer. That drops in Kate Heinkes from Kansas for reserve honors.
Well, again, all three of these, I would tell you, and I know it doesn't mean anything to you if you're ringside because I've been in your shoes. There's no consolation prize in livestock shows. They just don't make them, unfortunately. But I think we've got two that are going to get left standing that are incredibly high quality that anybody would be proud to take home. But I'll tell you, there's another one that comes out, and I think just her range of motion, her correctness of skeleton, I think are unmatched, especially versus the other two. That was an incredibly good class. Our second out of Class 1's reserve.